So yeah, we keep hearing different groups, cheering, shouting. So we're always trying to figure out.
Yeah, we're looking at our screen right now. We're starting to see some skirmishes on our video on the right-hand side of the screen. You heard it in your audio. We're hearing it too. Definitely a heightened sense there. A lot of yelling.
I'm starting to be able to see it from my side.
Okay.
We can see strobe lights going off from over here. So basically, these protesters, they have these high-powered flashlights that strobe, and they point them in your face and in the law enforcement's face. And if you look at it, it's like looking into the sun for a little bit. It's pretty rough. So they're currently strobing law enforcement over there from what we can see as they wave Palestinian flags. We got other people over here on our side cheering. We don't know what they're cheering for, as there's been no action on this side just yet. But look, it's almost 2 in the morning right now, and we're starting to finally see some activity happening. Okay, well, I'm being told that LAPD is retreating on a certain side, and that's what the cheering that we're hearing is. Now, retreating. It could just be a repositioning. It could just be a repositioning. We don't know exactly. We don't have eyes all over the place. Yeah, look, it appears something is underway right now, and all we can kind of do is just wait and see, because the most activity is on that side with the steps right now, and we're not seeing anything on this wall area just yet.
Okay. All right, Bill, stand by. We're going to get back to you in just a moment, but let's bring in Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt. Jonathan, your reaction to the very latest, as police appear to have just moved in, and then Bill reported that a portion of the law enforcement that moved in retreated.
Yeah, as you look at that, that is on the far side from where Bill is, so probably 7,500 yards from where Bill is. That has always appeared to those of us looking at the aerial shots as the weaker side from the protesters' point of view. Less barricaded, but it is protected in a sense by that set of steps you're looking at directly now. And it appeared that the LAPD officers had managed to breach the encampment on that side, but then we just saw a line of them. The pictures you were looking at just a couple of minutes ago showed them coming back out, going back down those steps, and now they've taken up a position again at the very bottom of those steps. So clearly they are beginning to put some sort of operation into action, but whether that was a reconnaissance mission for those officers to go in, take a look at the layout of the camp firsthand, and then pull back, share that information for whatever the next stage of the operation is, it's impossible to say, but it was curious, to say the least, that they appeared to be inside the encampment and then move back outside of the encampment once again. None of us sitting here today are law enforcement tacticians, so it's hard to say for sure what they were doing, but definitely an odd movement to be in there and then to step back out. And as Bill was rightly saying, that seemed to prompt a huge cheer from those pro-Palestinian protesters who clearly saw it as a victory that the police, having moved in, were moving back out.
The hesitation is incredible. If it is hesitation, sometimes it's difficult to really gauge what's going on from our view in the Fox News studios. But I mean, you do have to take into consideration that these are mainly college students, and their demands include hot food for lunch, vegan food, gluten-free food. We're not talking about highly militarized Navy SEALs here, so it should be pretty easy to take this down from a law enforcement standpoint.
And Jonathan, to that perspective, what are you hearing from your sources on the ground? Because you're really well sourced in the LA area. Are you hearing anything with regard to information beyond, hey, these guys are going to move in tonight?
We have been told now for a period of, I would say, 8 to 10 hours that they were planning on moving in. We heard 9 p.m. Wednesday evening. Then it moved to midnight. Now we're beyond that. We're coming up to 2 a.m. here. I've been on air for so long, it's hard to keep track. But yeah, we're coming up to 2 a.m. here, so it's certainly taken a lot longer. I think we're about 8 hours now from the first dispersal order being being given. So clearly what the LAPD, the CHP that you're looking at, and the Sheriff's Department are looking at here is a far more complex operation than NYPD carried out on the campus of Columbia, where they had a gated campus that they could relatively easily clear and then just deal with those left in Hamilton Hall there. This is a much more sprawling encampment that they have to deal with. They can come at it from various sides, but clearly they've got protesters who have come to support the encampment behind them as well. So it's a more complex operation. So maybe that is why we're seeing this hour after hour delay. But I can tell you from a lot of law enforcement sources I've spoken to, they are a little bemused by this. And the sheriff from Riverside County, out east of LA, for instance, described the way that LA law enforcement has run this as, quote, an embarrassment. So there's a lot of disagreement among law enforcement here in the LA area and the Southern California area as to how this is being run, guys.
Yeah, so about it and how it's being run, the plan, according to law enforcement sources, is that the Los Angeles Police Department will secure the perimeter. The California Highway Patrol will enter the encampment, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department will be responsible for crowd control. So 3 different law enforcement agencies all working in tandem and in coordination. But you have to wonder who really is at the head of this thing, who's coordinating it, because it appears that they're not quite ready to execute the plan just yet.
Yeah, and maybe it's simply a case of too many cooks in the kitchen in that sense of with these 3 agencies all answerable, as Bill was pointing out, to different authorities ultimately trying to get a coordinated plan together. Now, I have to say, we have seen the various law enforcement agencies in LA work very effectively together in various situations over the years. But there is, again, I'm not a law enforcement tactician, but it is strange how long we have waited here, and decision-making protocols are part of that. The unfolding situation as they discover more intelligence about the way that the encampment is set up, what, if any, weapons may be inside that encampment. Maybe all of that is playing into this too. But I can tell you that law enforcement sources I've spoken to here are very confused as to why this is taking so long. And that's the bottom line. It's just taken a very long time. Remember, we're more than 24 hours since we saw what was, in effect, a riot in that very spot on the campus take place, and nothing in effect has been done since then.
We're all confused. Jonathan Hunt, thank you for your time this morning. Stay with us. We will check back in with you as necessary. It's 5:01 here on the East Coast, 2:01 Pacific time. And if you're just waking up with us on a Thursday morning, you are looking live at the campus of UCLA, where right now the LAPD and California Highway Patrol are confronting protesters on the campus of UCLA. The most recent information that we have is that mere moments ago, it appeared that the LAPD was retreating after initially moving in on some of the UCLA protesters. Let's bring in William LaJeunesse live at the UCLA campus for the latest on what he's seeing. William.
Well, Todd, you know, they might just be redeploying, right? Because we've been here for about an hour, and Bill's been on lockdown for about 12 hours. So we've been around the perimeter of this place, and I can tell you there are at least 1,000 of the protest supporters over in this direction right here. And I know you've seen some aerials. Now you see the police line, the skirmish line here, basically to protect the 6 of the other officers if they do indeed approach from this direction. And we're not sure of that right now. There are a number of different entry points into the encampment itself, and we've gone around, and I got to tell you, you see 1,000 people over there. There are several hundred more, basically around a 360 of the quad area, or the mall, if you will. And they come armed for bear. I mean, these guys got bats, they've got helmets, they've got gas masks, and they're right around the perimeter here. So they're waiting as well. As if when police make their movement, we don't know what these people are going to do on the perimeter, right? That's a mystery. But I can tell you, it's a very volatile situation. They're saying that police, KKK, Free Palestine, River to the Sea, Palestine will be free, that kind of thing. These are all individuals around here sympathetic to who you're seeing. Now, in terms of the things you've been talking about and the inconsistencies we've seen, and I think, you know, it's up to the UC Chancellor here, Gene Block, as well as UC President Michael Block, as to what happens next. They have to give the order, right, to move in. They invited police here onto campus. We know that. Now it's a question of making a decision. Do they go in? And if they do, try to make a frontal assault here, as Bill and I know, because I've been here since, I think, Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. But anyways, even though they've declared this unlawful, the university continued to allow them to resupply themselves, to reinforce. They spent all day this morning, if you will, or it'd be yesterday rather, bringing in more plywood, hammers, speed drills, that kind of thing, zip ties to bring these fences together, that kind of thing, to prevent anyone from doing what happened, I guess it would be last night, when the counter-protesters tried to make a frontal assault right here. So if they're going to come in this direction, you'd almost think you'd need a Bearcat to get through there in any kind of a quick manner. Otherwise, it could be long and it could be ugly. But of course, we don't know what the plan is for police here, how they're going to do it. They've barricaded the doors on both Royce Hall as well as the library here. So you'd think that's another entry point. Not sure. But as I said, around the perimeter, there are several different entry points they can go in, but they're very narrow corridors or channels, and you're not sure the police want to get caught in that situation, especially because they are literally packed with hundreds of people, supporters of the people on the inside here. So in terms of what happens next, we really don't know. But I will tell you, not only did they declare this unlawful and then allow people to resupply, they did nothing to weed out the outsiders. When we were here during the day, you could see people in there. They're not students, right? They're in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. So they did nothing there. You had the UC president, Michael Block, say he supported the decision to call it unlawful, and then hours later, he said he needed to make an investigation as to why it took so long for police to respond. You had a vice chancellor say we're horrified by what's happening there, and yet for 2 hours there was no police presence here. And then, of course, as Bill mentioned, the inconsistency or the hypocrisy of those inside who say we don't want LAPD, we don't want the police, and yet when they were assaulted, if you will, by the counter-protesters, they complained, well, where's the police?
Helicopter shot. It does appear to be LAPD moving in formation, running in formation, if you will. Again, apologies if that is incorrect, but it definitely shows activity. William, back to you. You've been a reporter for decades now. You've been on scenes where there has been a heightened state of intensity. What has changed in the hour that you have been on scene? In the middle of your live shot, we definitely heard an increase in volume from the crowd, but just the overall sense, that reporter's instinct that you have, how has it changed in the last 60 or so minutes?
Well, actually, in the last 3 days, you know, a few days ago, this, I mean, even though the encampment was here, and definitely it was dislocated a lot of students, right? They had to go around. It was inconvenience. They closed the library until actually Monday. But nevertheless, the campus was kind of going on the way it was. And then today it was pretty quiet because, of course, they canceled classes. Well, what we're seeing right now, remarkably different, right? Once it was obvious that the police were going to probably make a move tonight, people came out of the woodwork. I can't tell you how many people there are here, and again, around the circumference of this place, who are obviously sympathetic to the people inside. I'm not sure why, because a lot of kids, and I talked to them today, are like, they wanted the police to move in because they want to return to their studies. This is a major disturbance. They've got 4 more weeks until commencement, right? So I think the university didn't have a huge choice here, right? If people got hurt after that counter-protest, they're responsible for the safety of the students. And if someone's going to get hurt, they're going to get in trouble, right? There's a liability issue. So, in some senses, a rock and a hard spot. Did you bring in police to protect? They could, LAPD, LA sheriffs, they're not going to dedicate resources day after day, week after week for this campus. And yet the campus didn't have, campus police couldn't protect it. They couldn't bring in security. The security they brought in was there mostly to protect buildings. They're not meant to remove people, right? So that when we talk about last last night or 2 nights ago when the counter-protesters came in and the campus police scattered because they couldn't handle it. There was only 5 or 6 of them on duty. The university can't depend on local law enforcement forever, right? This is their problem, not LAPD's problem. So they're here. They brought them in, try to clean up a problem that they helped create, and now they've got their back up against the wall. As you said, the Board of Regents, by the way, is scheduled to meet on Friday to discuss what's happening not only at UCLA, but Berkeley and Irvine as well, Riverside. But as you said, I think the president of the UC system, as well as the chancellor of UCLA, are going to make the call on to pull the trigger on whether they go in or they don't. Yeah. But after calling everyone out, I think they're going to do something. Todd?
Maybe Friday, maybe a little bit too late. Maybe we should have had this discussion yesterday so that we're not literally having the same discussions today that we were having on air at this time yesterday about the response. William Lajeunesse live on scene. William, thank you very much. Stay there. We will check back in with you. Now let's bring in retired Illinois Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith and Rob D'Amico, former FBI agent. And Betsy, I'll begin with you. About 2 minutes ago, during William Lajeunesse's live shot, we saw what appeared to be LAPD entering one of the buildings. Take us inside the mindset of law enforcement right now, specifically this notion of quote-unquote retreat. That seems like a passive word. It's not a positive word. But again, far be it from me to comment on police tactics not being in law enforcement. What do you think is happening with the LAPD, with the CHP right now?
Well, remember, the leadership is in the chancellor, the mayor, the governor. So those boots on the ground cops that we are seeing right now, they are following orders, but it seems to be very confusing as to what those orders are. You look at these cops, and they have been standing around now for several hours. You've seen some of them look at their watches. They're ready to go with their gas masks, their flex cuffs. They want to go do something. But here's the thing. I know that every one of those cops on that campus right now is thinking, am I going to get indicted for doing my job this morning? What is going to happen when I finally do take action? You've got various skirmish lines like Bill talked about. You've got arrest teams. You've got perimeter teams. This is a huge operation. It's a very dangerous operation. Everything everyone is seeing on the screen right now is a weapon. They have those posts, the hammers, the wood, all of that, all those things they should not have been allowed to have. This is a situation that was allowed to get out of control, and now law enforcement, who the protesters want to abolish, has to come in and clean it up. This is a really a leadership fail beyond law enforcement.
And I think you make such an important point, Betsy. Everybody's got a camera these days. They're just waiting to create that next viral video, what they label, not my words, what inevitably they're going to call police brutality. It is not police brutality. They are following their orders, and they are trying to protect these people from themselves. Rob, former FBI agent, as you are, what is the Bureau doing right now, if anything, in response to these protests? Because we mentioned LAPD, that's local, CHP, California Highway Patrol, that's state. What, if anything, are the feds being led by the FBI doing right now?
I think right now, if they're providing support, but I think on the other side of it is they're probably looking at some online communications. They talk about these agitators coming in and the people that aren't students agitating the ones that are there and planning stuff. So I'm sure we're probably looking at some communications going on between those groups to see if it is an organized across the country or if it's coming in from outside the country in order to see if they're planning something more violent through those people.
Betsy, I'm always curious when it comes to tactics, and I know this scene fairly well, and our reporters, Bill Malugin, William Lajeunesse, have also described this very well. The area where these protesters are is basically a football field, and it's a football field surrounded by buildings, not an actual football field, but it's a college green area, if you will, but it's surrounded by very tall buildings. So bring us inside the mindset, the tactician element of all this. What will law enforcement do with that as the physical setup? A green area, size of a football field, surrounded by buildings with a very long set of very steep steps off to your left.
We've got to stay close together, keep an eye on each other. We want protester safety, but we also have to consider officer safety. And like you said earlier, this isn't just college students now. We have outside agitators. There's a real good chance what happens in these situations very often is very nefarious characters start to move in. Gangbangers, things like that. People who want to deal drugs, people who want to hurt cops, people who want to sexually assault young women. So we have no idea what's in that crowd. It's not just a bunch of cheering, hooting college students. So again, we have got to keep an eye on each other. We've got to be able to communicate. And this is difficult because you've got 3, 4, 5, 6 different law enforcement agencies. We also have to make sure we are sticking to our task. If I'm a perimeter officer, I'm going to stay on the perimeter. If I'm on the team that moves into the building, then I'm going to be on that team. But, you know, this is such an adrenaline dump for these cops. They've all been trained to do this, but when you're walking into the unknown, you're walking into chaos. And again, I can't emphasize enough, they do not have the kind of leadership support by their leadership, you know, governor, chancellor, everybody else, the mayor. And so they've also got to think, I have got to act so flawlessly here because it is going to be on tape. And no matter what I do, it's going to be used to further incite the situation.
Rob, you just heard Betsy mention these unseemly characters that could be infiltrating. You in your first answer alluded to the online work, let's say, that the FBI is doing right now to pinpoint potential ties to terror and the like. How worried are you when you watch a scene like this unfolding where, and rightly so, law enforcement is focused on all the things that Betsy just mentioned? How worried are you that a scene like this and a scene like Columbia and a scene like we're seeing all over our great land is ripe for a terror attack from a lone wolf or an organized group that is just jumping into the chaos to sow even more chaos?
I think that's their main goal. I mean, they've been doing this across the nation for the information war. So I think more and more violence that they can stir up between the two, that they're going to get the end results that they want. So when you see these now starting to happen, and they're starting to happen at certain periods of time across the country, that's the goal, to get on the news like they are now. But now when they can start stirring up a piece of violence in it, then they can say, again, the police overreacted or whatever they're going to do. And they don't have to be true. They're going to take one thing, doesn't have to be true, and then they're going to run with it, just as we saw back in, like, out of Gaza, the information war that was coming out from Hamas.
But beyond that, are you worried that we could see these scenes being used as an opportunity for a terror attack? You know, I'm not saying it's going to happen in the next 45 minutes while we're on air, but let's say this another day of this tomorrow, because the powers that be have let this thing foment. Could you see a lone wolf or an organized group or something seizing on this moment to create a terror attack, or if not that, just to use this as a dry run for one in the future?
Oh, absolutely. I think when you see these crowds and everything that's going on, and based on what was happening in New York, they probably have made some plans altering what they're looking at doing. So you always have that, and then you always have the lone wolf actor that may take the opportunity, that just gets into this, and then it is his or her opportunity to do something that they want to personally get that response from.
Betsy, final question to you. It's 5:16 on the East Coast. Sun's about to come up here, but it's 2:16 on the West Coast. We have many more hours for the sun. How does that play into the calculus from a law enforcement perspective? Do you want it light out? Do you want it dark out? Are there benefits and detriments to both? What are your thoughts on that?
In this type of situation, I think operating in the light would be so much easier for these law enforcement professionals. Those strobe lights are very dangerous. They're very difficult on your eyesight. Were I the police leader in charge of this, I might button up that perimeter with all that personnel I have, and then maybe look at, you want to cut off the Wi-Fi, maybe cut off the water, cut off the power, stop allowing them to enter and exit, and then just wait them out and ultimately starve them out. That might be a better tactic, to wait until the light of day. But let's not forget, every one of these police departments that are there right now, they are short-staffed already, thanks to the defund the police movement, and they are taking police resources away from the rest of the city and the rest of the county to deal with this nonsense that was self-created by the university.
And that's taxpayer dollars paying for that. Another, let's call it what it is, misuse of taxpayer dollars. Not that you don't need these cops on campus, you do, but just think, you could have avoided this if there was some real leadership somewhere in the state of California. Betsy and Rob, thank you for your time. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Lexi Rigdon. And Lexi, those are the individuals that are responsible for enforcing the law on the ground. But from a law perspective, what are the legal ramifications for these students and the outside agitators who have been arrested or who might be arrested in the coming seconds, moments at UCLA?
Right, hopefully they will be. You name it. It's a smorgasbord of legal issues that they're facing. If they're resisting arrest, if they're trespassing, if they're causing damage to property, I mean, they could have a lot of issues. But as we've seen with some of these soft on crime policies, a lot of these charges are not necessarily pursued, despite the fact that people are arrested. And this is a general comment, not necessarily as to campus protests, but just a general comment as to the lax enforcement of these laws once it actually gets to the level of charging them. So unfortunately, some of these protesters may just get a slap on the wrist. They may get a summons to come to court. So who knows how serious the consequences will be, but hopefully there are consequences, because all of this behavior around the United States, these campuses, by the anti-Israeli protesters is egregious.
How does that calculus change when it comes to the fact that this is a public campus and anybody, quite frankly, has a right to be on it? It seems like that gives these protesters an even another feather in their cap to fight these charges, in addition to the inevitable money spigot that will be turned on by these far leftist organizations to pay for their defense.
Well, they certainly have a right to be on campus. It is a public university, and there are free speech rights because it's a public institution. But, you know, free speech obviously has a point. It's the famous saying is that free speech only goes so far. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater if there's no fire. So free speech is not absolute. There are time, place, and manner restrictions. And obviously, if you're making comments and engaging in speech, but also breaking the law at the same time, the fact that you are engaging in free speech is not going to save you from potentially facing consequences.
Alexi, you and I have talked on air, we've talked off air about this general concept, this macro concept of law and order. To me, Lexi, looking at the scenes on our screen right now, what you see is a complete function of the fact that our society has lost sight of when you do something wrong, there are consequences. And to hear your answer, you're exactly right. I don't like your answer, but you're exactly right. Inevitably, this is going to be a slap on the wrist for these people. And what's to stop them from doing this again next year, next May Day, if not sooner? And what's to stop every other student who thinks that they're aggrieved, much less every other person who wrongly thinks that they're aggrieved, from acting out like this and basically making our country look horrible?
Yeah, it really does. And, you know, a lot of these schools, and it seems like even some of the higher, more quote-unquote elite institutions have even more tolerance for this nonsense. And it is a sad commentary on the state of America that there are this many people engaged in these type of protests. I would venture to guess that most of these students a couple of months ago couldn't name 2 countries that border Israel. And now all of a sudden they're putting their potential future and their education on the line. I think essentially to, you know, be popular and be part of some cause. And, you know, I'd almost have more respect for it if they were showing their faces and they were out there and they weren't making demands, such as the students at Columbia, which is, please, please don't suspend us. If they said, this is so important to us, we're willing to risk everything for this. But they're not. They're masked. They're trying to hide themselves. They're trying to make demands so that they can preserve their educational and other futures while still taking these extreme viewpoints. it's like I said, it's a very sad state of affairs.
Yeah, they grew up in a world where there are no consequences. They think this situation applies here. Hopefully it does not. Hopefully there are consequences to this action to tamp it down. And I'm going to go one step further before I let you go, Lexi. I think if you asked all those protesters right now, most of them still couldn't find Israel, still couldn't find Gaza, still wouldn't know any of the countries surrounding Israel on a map. Lexi Rigdon, thank you very much for your time this morning. Let's bring back William Lajeunesse back live at the UCLA campus. William, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Todd, there hasn't been much change, right? We still have, and I think the big question is going to be, what is this crowd going to do if and when police do move in, make a frontal assault here or the other side we talked about? As I mentioned, there's still about 1,000 people here, right? They're not quite as vocal at the moment, but that can change on a dime, right? And then as we talked about, there are still students, a lot of them, along these side corridors that enter the camp in different spots. Those are pretty much plugged up with individuals. What are they going to do if and when they make an assault? And if so, again, are they going to go through the building, or are they going to go right here through the front or the back side as well? That's another question. Todd, what about the other audience of taxpayers, right? So there's a lot of different constituencies here, right, that the university is trying to please. Not only the student body, you've got the alumni talking about, hey, I sent my student there spending 20, 30, 40, 50 grand, depending if they're in-state, out-of-state. They're not getting an education. They're not going to class. That's now postponed until Monday, as well as closing buildings. They want something done here. And then you've got taxpayers who are going to have to pay for the cleanup because I've been in some of these buildings. There's graffiti on the walls, things to be done. It's a mess at the university. So, again, we talked about the university being a rock and a hard spot. I think, again, because of the counter-protest and the danger that presented, if you will, to both sides with the number of clubs and the bats and the gas and the fireworks and all those things kind of happening, that the university said, you know what, we have a liability here. If we let this go on forever. Now, don't get me wrong, they didn't do a lot. They're mostly responsible for the situation we have here. And they even said, there was a piece in the LA Times on Sunday, and the university was kind of congratulating itself. They were taking this hands-off approach. We're not going to beat Texas. Well, you know what? They made a decision more than a week ago to let this encampment happen. And now they have to live with the consequences, right? They didn't want to bring in police because that was going to be a bad thing that looked bad. They didn't do it, and now they have to bring in.
Is an unlawful encampment, and that's the distinction that they've made. So on this side behind me, you've got protesters who've been gathering throughout the course of the evening peacefully chanting, but essentially nothing more than that. And authorities, I've been speaking to them, I say, will people be arrested here? They've been saying no, they can absolutely continue to exercise that right. But what the university says that it won't allow, and actually what it is facing a federal investigation into right now, is a reported increase since the October 7th attacks in incidents of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campus.
Helena, thank you.
So they allowed it to be infiltrated, if you will, by outsiders. Where's your ID? Show it to me. Are you a student here? Where's your student ID? Don't have it? Don't get in. That didn't happen. So when we were saying here earlier today, seeing a lot of people in there clearly weren't students. They might have been faculty. If they're faculty, they tell the faculty because they know who they are. Hey, don't do that. Didn't happen. So now they've got this pickle that they're in, a situation, which could get really long and ugly because we've seen some streaming video. I don't know you have as well, coming from the encampment. They still have Wi-Fi, and they're all gassed up. They got their masks, they got their helmets, they got their weapons. So police could be facing that if they go in.
We knew yesterday, though, William, we knew yesterday that UCLA, when you scanned the country at that point in time, literally 24 hours from this very moment, that UCLA was the bad spot in our country. We knew that was the case. How can the entire rest of the country know and UCLA bury its head in the sand with some more mealy-mouthed statements from the chancellor, from the administration there, and no real plan to deal with what everybody saw was inevitable, which is what we're seeing on our screen right now? William, it makes absolutely no sense.
Right, yeah, they're behind the 8 ball. But, you know, I think it's perceptions again. As you know, Todd, this is a very liberal city and a very liberal state. And they did not want want to perceive that they were somehow stepping on the free speech rights of the individuals inside. So the decision was made over the past week not to intervene, to let it happen, let them have their say, and so forth. And there were supportive comments of that attitude or worldview among politicians here. That, you know, you need to let people have their say and so forth. And so they had a very different response, if you will, than Texas and Florida. And that was a choice that they're now living with. Todd?
And students are going to school at University of Florida today, whereas the students at UCLA not only can't go to school today, they're not going to go to school tomorrow, like you said, maybe Monday. And when they go back, they're going to have to go to buildings that are full of graffiti. I'll leave it to the viewer to determine which approach is better. William, we'll check back in with you in a second. With that, let's bring in Dr. Lorenzo Vadino. He's the director of the program on extremism at George Washington University, and he joins me now. Doctor, thank you so much for being here. Look, we've had a number of non-experts on, and they've all said the same thing. This is all being funded by outside agitators, basically hitting people who may be downtrodden in their views on the world, maybe anti-capitalist, and taking advantage of that sentiment. But you're an expert in this field. Why? Why do you think these protests are happening right now?
Well, I think it's very correct to say that there's a vast majority of protesters who are, well, at best, well-meaning but very naive individuals, or people who have bought into the post-colonial theory, white privilege, and all this sort of nonsense we've heard on campus over the last 10 years. Number-wise, that's the majority. But I think what we should focus our attention on, and authorities are at this stage, is the small minority that is really the brains behind all this. There's a level of coordination here in what is happening nationwide. There's financing, there's organizations, there's the same slogans being used nationwide. There's a core of Islamist sympathizers, people who have direct connections to Hamas and have been in the country for a long, long time, and people who belong to core communist organizations that are fellow travelers of these Islamist networks that have been organizing this for a long time. And I think there's a lot of evidence piling up on that. Just yesterday, a lawsuit on behalf of some of the victims of the October 7th attacks in Israel was filed, and it lays out this case very, very well with a lot of evidence. So it's clearly this small minority leading a very large group of gullible young people.
Dr. Got to leave it there. We do have some more activity on campus. Doctor, thank you so much. Let's bring back in Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt live in our LA bureau. And Jonathan, I'm sure you saw it on your screen as well. What looked like dozens of LAPD leaving one of the main buildings on campus appeared to be Royce Hall, but don't quote me on that. So that's what we're seeing on our campus right now. Are you hearing anything from your sources as to this operation?
No, we are hearing nothing. There is silence from LAPD, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department in terms of their strategy here, and it leaves you to wonder if they actually know what their strategy is. You have to think that there is some method to the madness that we have seen unfold on the campus of UCLA over the last 24 hours, and in particular the last 8 hours, while we've watched hundreds of police officers essentially standing there. And what we've seen in some of the movements over the last few hours, frankly, Todd, has simply been a shift change. Because they've been there for so long, they've had to move the skirmish lines, move people off of them, move fresh officers onto those skirmish lines. And we still wait for any concerted action. You talk about Royce Hall there, and as you look at your screen right there, that is Royce Hall you're looking at, the building that is lit up there. We had some thought a few hours ago, we were talking about the possibility that officers could go into Royce Hall from the back side of it and come through essentially into the middle of the encampment there without having to go through that plywood barrier you see that the protesters have erected in front. So they would come out, basically burst through those doors and be in the middle of the encampment and be able to round people up very quickly. We have seen, though, that the protesters have barricaded pretty heavily the doors of Royce Hall, so it would take a fair bit of movement on the part of the officers to break down those doors and come out. And they may have taken the decision that is not the best way. But it appears that this, from a layman's perspective at least, it appears that this is a plan that is being developed on the fly. You compare it with what the NYPD did up at Columbia, different situation with a gated campus and that they could clear more easily. But it was clearly an operation in New York that had been planned over several days. And it just looks to us here that the LAPD, the CHP, and the LA County Sheriff's Department decided to move in today or yesterday after the violence that we saw, but without any clear plan of how they were going to dismantle this encampment. And frankly, it seems, Todd, that they may still be working out exactly what they want to do here and how they're going to do it. And
you have to ask the question, articulated by Betsy Breitner-Smith, who we just had on moments ago, is this a function of what you just described, this sort of what appears to be a lack of a cogent response? Is this a function of the defund the police movement? Is this what those individuals wanted at the end of the day? A response to this which does not appear to the layman's eye, which you and I are, Jonathan, to make any sense at this point. But you mentioned silence at the top of your answer. We are hearing from the White House, at least from our White House team, on what our White House is focused on today. Let me read the emails to you. White House is previewing a Biden toxic lead pipe investment announcement. And lest you think they're not focused there on the Southland, the Los Angeles area, President Biden will be expanding the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument and Berryessa Snow Mountain National Monument. I don't know, Jonathan Hunt, something seems to be missing there in what I just read. Shouldn't we hear from the President of the United States when one of our signature universities is basically under assault?
Yeah, I think there is a lot of pressure on President Biden. But I think the point with the White House, Todd, is that there is pressure from a lot of different factions of the Democratic Party. Clearly, there is pressure to speak out, given that we have seen complete lawlessness on the campus of UCLA and others. But there is also pressure from the left side of the Democratic Party for support for the Palestinian protesters and their cause. So it appears that perhaps the White House is as racked with indecision on how to respond as the LAPD and other law enforcement agencies in LA seem to be in terms of how to respond on the ground right now. We're seeing a lot of indecision everywhere. And I just wanted to address the point of UCLA here. It's simply wrong for anyone to suggest that these law enforcement agencies now have to wait for the go-ahead from UCLA. They are on the property. They have declared this to be an unlawful assembly. They have issued a dispersal order. The law enforcement agencies on site now do not have to wait for anything from UCLA. It is entirely in their hands now. So it is up to them. They've decided still for the moment not to make that final move in to disperse this encampment, Todd.
That is a crucial point that Jonathan mentioned. If law enforcement anywhere sees a crime being committed, they can step in and stop it. They don't need the UCLA chancellor's permission. Jonathan Hunt, we'll check back in with you in a moment. Let's bring in Brooke Singman, as UCLA reportedly has canceled class today. Seemed obvious, Brooke.
Yeah, that's right, Todd. The school will reportedly cancel in-person classes today as these protests continue to spiral out of control. The school previously announced that campus operations would be, quote, limited today and tomorrow. They said in-person classes would be remote and urged students to avoid campus. Classes were also canceled yesterday after a night of violent protests that carried on well into the early morning hours. The UCLA's president's office said there were 15 reported injuries yesterday, including one hospitalization. Todd.
All right. Thank you very much, Brooke. Let's bring back Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt live in Los Angeles. Again, Jonathan, no shock there. It's really tough to go to class with this as your setting. And I'm worried, though. I mentioned with the UCLA student that we had on at the top of the hour, UCLA's on the trimester. UCLA does not have the benefit of graduation in about 9 days to end all this.
Right.
They've got weeks and weeks left of this. How worried are the people of Los Angeles that this is going to be a nightly occurrence from now into the near future?
Yeah, well, commencement at UCLA is not until June 14th, Todd, so you're absolutely right. A long way to go. I think the general view here in LA is that this will not be allowed to go on, that this is, we are approaching the end of the book, as it were, in terms of what is happening at UCLA, but we're just all, I think, very bemused that it is continuing to take so long. As you look at the buses that law enforcement pulled up hours and hours ago to take away those that they will eventually clear from that encampment. But those buses have not moved a great deal, and you see the officers also massing there now, which may again be another shift change simply because this has been going on so long. I was talking to one of our security consultants here several hours ago who was saying that you do have to take into account the fatigue of those officers who have just been standing looking at that encampment for hour after hour. You have to change them out. So you're seeing these shift changes. We're seeing hundreds of officers on site in total, but still no concerted action to take back that central part of the campus of UCLA.
Yeah, you need to make sure that the officers, regardless of what agency they're from, have the advantage of energy over the people that they ultimately will need to control. I mean, yeah, granted, these protesters have been out there for days in many instances, but they are being fortified. They had a day yesterday to re-fortify themselves, which in and of itself is absolutely insane. And as we look on our screen, we're definitely seeing some movement. But, Jonathan, I want to go to the core of UCLA, the professors, the people that make up this institution. Because let's face it, all colleges and universities, unless you're Liberty, are liberal. They've always been that way. They always will be. But I know individuals that I went to UCLA law with that became professors that had to leave UCLA because, yes, while you can deal with liberalism, you cannot deal in America with far-left Marxism, whether it's on the DEI front or on what we're seeing today. So as somebody who's lived in LA for a while now, do you look at what I said and hear what I said and look at what's happening on your screen and saying the seeds for this kind of chaos have been sown at UCLA far before the events of October 7th?
Oh, I think without a doubt on many campuses right across the country, there has been a certain sympathy for the causes, and among them, the cause of Palestinians. And we are seeing that writ large now. But going to your point of October 7th, I think what you are seeing also is a huge propaganda victory for Hamas. I was talking to you guys about this yesterday. Hamas is going to lose the war in a physical sense, but they are winning the propaganda battle, and we're seeing it writ large on the campuses of America.
Jonathan Hunt live for us this morning. Jonathan, thank you. And we are getting breaking news right now. I believe we're going to head back out to William Lodgeness live at the UCLA campus. Bill, what do we have?
Well, I can tell you that you can hear the crowd. They've been reignited, if you will. I think, Todd, the number of the crowd on the outside, the sympathizers of the here, seem to have thinned out a little bit. But whenever the police move, you get the chanting, right? Or when you see strobes from inside the encampment, they respond as well. There has been a little bit of a shift change here, or redeployment, if you will, of where officers are. So it's really hard for us, you know, even though I got my master's here, in terms of the lay of the land, don't know where exactly all of the officers are. So you have CHP on the front line over here, then you have a line of LAPD as well, and then another skirmish line basically protecting the backside of these guys to find out what does this crowd do if they indeed move on the frontal assault in this direction. We've talked about already about the reinforcements in there. It's going to be a very difficult thing. We've seen the pictures from inside, the helmets, the gas masks, the mace, the clubs that these officers could face if they do indeed go in. Now, they've been warned, given, I think Jonathan mentioned it, the people inside, they have a choice, right? You can leave. You've been told that about 12, 15 times over the last few hours to leave. It's an unlawful assembly, if you will. So if they're there, they want to be there. And we know there's a lot of agitators inside there as well. These are professionals. This is what they do. They've been taught. They've been trained. There's a, organizing 101, marketing 101, how to deal with the media, how to deal with the police, and what to do inside. And I think that's one of the big questions here. So the 2 drones are up right now, 2 police drones. We saw one of them go up just a minute ago to give them a bird's eye view, which I think you do have. But indeed, as you mentioned before, Todd, you basically have a football field with these buildings surrounded, so we don't know exactly where everyone is in terms of these access points as you go along the campus, as relative to where the encampment itself is. But not a whole lot of movement right now. We have no idea what they're waiting for. They've been here for a long time as to what happens next. And now it looks like there are some of the people inside the encampment have risen above the plywood and are looking out this way. They had been kind of looking through the plywood. And Todd, we were out here, a few days ago. That plywood is sometimes they'll have a pallet, and then they'll have a 3/4-inch plywood on both sides of that. And then, of course, they've tried to hammer it together. So you try to take down one piece, which could weigh 50, 60, 80 pounds, and then it's attached to the next one. So, again, how they're going to get in, it's a mystery. But it ain't going to be easy, and it could be long, and it could be a lot of people could get hurt. Todd?
And William, I do want to say we are getting information from our law enforcement sources on the following. One of our reporters reporting into us said he's hearing that it is go time. We are going in. I don't want to say the exact team of law enforcement that's going in, but that's what one of our reporters is reporting. Apparently, that was supposed to happen within 5 minutes, and that email came in about 4 minutes ago. So inevitably, we are expecting in the next potentially couple of seconds, if not minutes, to see some activity there on the UCLA campus. And you see what does appear to me, based upon the uniform, to be LAPD in their riot gear, ready for action. William, stay on standby for us. I want to quickly bring in Cheryl Casoni from our sister network. And Cheryl, there is a business aspect to all this as we watch this scene unfold. And the business aspect is this. I'm a parent. I pay tens of thousands of dollars to go to a college and university for my child. I want that kid to come out and get a job and make money and not join a protest movement. What is this doing to UCLA right now?
Well, what I want to make a point here about is the fact that, yes, I mean, if you look at the overall cost for a 4-year degree at UCLA, we're talking $145,000. We're talking even tuition and fees, even if you're in-state, is over $30,000. If you're looking at out-of-state tuition, it's even higher. The amount of money, this is the broader story of what's happening on the campus, and to the thousands of students at UCLA and the thousands of families that have sent their children to UCLA, and now they cannot go to school. There are no classes. Graduation is threatened. All of these things is the part of the picture. Remember what these protesters are asking for at the end of the day. Why are they there? They want the endowment fund of UCLA to divest to investing in Israel. Any companies that support Israel, weapons companies, etc. We're talking a $31 billion endowment fund. This is in line with what we've seen at other large universities like Columbia. There's also the cost to taxpayers of Los Angeles and what all of this is going to cost as far as the amount of law enforcement that's not just there right now, Todd, but is actually going to have to be on the ground to keep law and order. And then you also have, like what we're seeing with Columbia, we saw this yesterday thanks to Mayor Adams, you're seeing these outside agitators come in, these outside groups. That is another, impact of all of this and what you're seeing. How many of these are actually students, we don't know. But we can venture to guess right now that a lot of these that you're seeing on this campus right now are outside agitators because this campus and others have taken their cue from what we saw begin at Columbia University here in New York. But the numbers are staggering. The numbers are staggering. And again, all operations, all classes at UCLA disrupted and at this point canceled because of what we're seeing, and that's the financial cost and the emotional cost to these students and their families.
And if I'm a parent of a Jewish student, I have to think long and hard about sending my son or daughter into this mess. Cheryl Casoni, thank you. Let's bring back William Lodgeness live at the UCLA campus. Bill, what do you see?
You
know, I'm going to tell you right now, I mean, where I'm at, the CHP and LAPD they all have their face shields up right now. So it is possible they're going to make a entry point elsewhere from where I am, basically from the front of the encampment. Hard to tell right now, but as I said, Todd, there are a lot of side alleys, if you will, access points to both the encampment itself as well as kind of adjacent areas, as well as we talked about the buildings. They could technically try to come. I know they've been barricaded, the main doors and so forth, but there are a lot of spots along this corridor, this mall, that could provide entry points for police. It's hard to say right now. Like I said, they have the drones up, eyes in the sky. I'm sure they have lookouts in the building right now in terms of when they get a go order to actually do so. But I'm not seeing that the officers are in the ready, if you will, to make an entry from where I'm standing.
William, help us with numbers. Again, this is an evolving situation. We understand that. But if you were to guesstimate the number of what appears to be law enforcement, regardless of agency, what would you put that number at? A couple dozen?
You know, I would say several. Maybe 200.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Maybe more. Because what the Sheriff's Department is on the other side, as you mentioned. So with CHP right now, I'm probably looking at 40 LAPD. I'm probably looking at 50 right here in the main mall. But as I said, you know, we've seen people go in or law enforcement go in and out, basically, you know, doing a 360 around this location. So I'm saying there's several hundred law enforcement here. But, you know, they're well outnumbered by the students and those who definitely appear to be sympathetic to the people inside the camp, which when we arrived, I definitely would say it was over 1,000. It's thinned out a little bit right now, maybe the hour. What are we looking? 3 in the morning, 2:48. So the question that I've always had here, if that crowd wants to come over that fence, that's totally doable, right? Okay. So you've got a line, a skirmish line of cops here to try to stop that from happening, but they would easily be overwhelmed, or it would be very bloody. To try to stop those, you know, to protect the people making the entry point from where we're standing.
And you use the phrase "loaded for bear" at the top of the hour, and then you just use the phrase "bloody." We certainly hope that does not happen, but boy, based upon the scenes we are seeing, you have to consider it a distinct possibility. William Lodgeness, thank you. Let's bring back in Fox News correspondent Jonathan Hunt, live in Los Angeles. And Jonathan, you're watching again the same video that we are. To the untrained eye, and again from a very, very far away vantage point, it does seem like, to a certain degree, the encampment is being, I don't want to say surrounded, but partially surrounded. Are you getting that sense based upon your knowledge of the UCLA geography too?
Yeah, there is certainly a movement now from various units of law enforcement who are on the scene there. Now, what you're looking at there on the screen is the opposite side from where William is, where you've seen that big fence that William's camera was looking at, the wall of plywood and barriers that they built. This is across the other side. So there you go. Screen left is the area where William is. Screen right is the other side of that, and that seems to be where the action is now. Those officers you have seen there, they are masked. Looks like several dozen of them, maybe even more. The close-up shot there, the helicopter shot now pulling out. The close-up shot, we can see them very clearly. Visors down, and there you have a close-up again. Visors down and beginning to inch their way forward. So it is beginning to happen. There is presumably, as we were mentioning earlier, Todd, method to what has appeared to many of us madness that's unfolded over the last 24 hours or so. They presumably do have a plan and are beginning to execute it. But we're in the very beginnings of this as we see one person being led away there from the scene. There are hundreds that they will ultimately have to lead away, obviously. But you compare this again with what happened at Columbia. That all unfolded so quickly once the NYPD went in. This is going to be, it appears to be a somewhat longer operation. It's already been, obviously, hours longer, but it's going to take longer for them to sweep that full encampment than it did up at Columbia in New York. So this is not going to be easy by any means, Todd.
Inevitably, that was going to be the case regardless, because at Columbia, you're dealing with one self-contained building, more or less, on a private university. Here, UCLA, I keep going to that football field. Right now, this encampment is on a football field surrounded by a lot of buildings, but as William Lodgen has said, there's sort of like these alleyways in between the buildings, so it's not as self-contained from a geography perspective as Columbia is. I just want to draw people's attention to what is on their screen right now. You mentioned what appears to be an arrest of an individual. If you look at the text of our screen, police sources telling Fox it is go time in standoff with UCLA anti-Israel protesters. That information came into the newsroom at about 5:39, and we were supposed to have an operation of some sorts 5 minutes from that point. At least that was the estimate provided to us by our team. It does appear we are a little bit later than that, if in fact we are expecting an advancement, if you will, that you would recognize from your scenes of watching this at UCLA or at Columbia and other universities. Take us inside for a moment, if you will, this generalized concept of what happens when the sun comes up today. Because we cannot, Jonathan, have another day where we allow these individuals to regroup and do this all again Thursday night into Friday. Because, you know, look, I'd say what we're watching today is the definition of insanity. I don't have a definition if they let this go another night.
Yeah, and I don't think it is going to be allowed to go another night, Todd. We're 3 hours from the sun coming up here, and it may be that they delayed longer than we believed that they would over the last few hours because they were waiting for the other crowd that came in to disperse a little. Now, remember, when they realized, those in the encampment, that the police were moving in, they put out a call across social media for hundreds to come join them standing outside the encampment. So the police had the encampment in front of them, other protesters behind them. At 3 a.m., you would think many of those who had wandered along to take a look at this scene may have dispersed. So perhaps that's why they waited. As you look now at screen left of police officers walking back down the steps. I'm not sure if that is tape or live, but again, that seemed they're walking down away from the encampment. When they walk down the steps, when you see them walking up that hill, they are going into the encampment. And that's what you're looking at now, that line of officers, and that is a long, long line. We've seen from a wider shot, by the way, but they seem to be blocked at the moment. You can see the protesters with the umbrellas there standing directly in front of them, and those officers are not pushing forward for whatever reason at the moment. So we're in this standoff, and again we come back to what is the tactic here, and we don't know what all of these commanders on scene have decided is the best way forward. Maybe they are still working out what is the best way forward. They're probing various points. This is another one that they're looking at now, and perhaps they are simply trying to find the weakest point at which they can enter and then flood it with officers and begin making the hundreds of arrests that they will need to ultimately clear out that encampment.
Jonathan Hunt, thank you for being with me this morning as we watched history unfold together, continue to unfold, also potentially watching a powder keg explode. With that, let us bring in South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Congresswoman, you work in the beautiful hallowed halls of Congress. Right now you're looking on your screen. Welcome to America. What can Congress do besides, and I'm not saying this wasn't a significant step, but besides changing the definition of anti-Semitism to be broader, and besides curtailing funding to schools that allow this kind of unrest to happen? What else can you, as a congresswoman, do to stop these scenes on our screen right now?
Well, first I want to say this is Joe Biden's America. This is the Democrat Party. These folks want to defund the police. We ought to defund these Ivy League colleges, these schools where these students are desecrating the American flag, disrespecting the American flag, desecrating college campuses because they hate America and they hate Jews. These are Jew haters. These are terrorist-loving Jew haters, gender studies students who hate our country, and they ought to be defunded. They shouldn't have their student loans forgiven. We should reverse what Joe Biden announced in the last couple of weeks, that taxpayers are going to pay their student loans off. This shouldn't be happening.
In addition to not making a statement, the aforementioned Joe Biden is reportedly thinking of placing Palestinian refugees in our country. Congresswoman, how is that going to help quell this unrest?
Well, it's not. And what I would like to see, if these terrorist-loving kids and students hate our country so much, they should take their terrorist flags, they should go to Gaza in their crop tops and nose rings and see how long they would last, because Hamas would chop off their heads, throw them off the roof of a building before they ever had the chance to tell them their pronouns. I mean, this is what's going on in this country. I want to know where the adults are on campus putting a stop to this kind of violence. They are preventing Jewish students from going to class. They are trashing these college campuses. This is not what America stands for. We stand for freedom and liberty of all people, but this is what Biden, this is what the left and Democrats, the Democrat Party created this mess, and they need to own it.
A University of Tehran professor, by the way, for those of you geographically not inclined, that's in Iran, said in an interview that Iran likes seeing protests on U.S. college campuses, adding those are their supporters if there is ever a conflict between the two countries. How come our leaders, the quote-unquote adults that are supposed to be in charge, not only of our government, but also of our major institutions like UCLA, don't seem to see that, Congresswoman?
30, 15 minutes for these, I can tell
right, and Iran said the quiet part out loud. These are terrorist sympathizers. They are waving the flag of Hezbollah. They are very sympathetic to terrorism in the Middle East because they hate Jews. And Joe Biden has allowed this to happen. He hasn't said one word condemning these actions that are happening on campuses across the country. I can tell you this much. I'm giving the commencement address at the Citadel Corps of Cadets on Saturday. These kids, these students wouldn't last 30 seconds at the Citadel. This would not be tolerated. That's the kind of man and president we need. We need Donald Trump back in the White House.
Yeah, even if Trump can't campaign because he's in court again today at around 9:30, scenes of this kind of do the campaigning for him, because you have to ask yourself, when you go vote in November or earlier, as it's the case in America these days, do you want scenes like this every day on your screen, or do you want, presumably, the peace that Donald Trump campaigns on? I leave that for the voters to decide. Congresswoman, before we let you go, you mentioned you're going to be speaking at a college. You also have kids. I'm watching this. I've got kids. I wanted them to go to UCLA. As a law school alum there, I had this dream of them going here and kind of living the same experience that I did. 20 seconds to you. Are you going to let your kids go into this kind of a cauldron when they're college age?
Well, we're actually looking at college campuses now for my oldest, who's done early, and we absolutely will not allow our children to go to a campus, a DEI campus that sympathizes with terrorism. We're not going to do it, and I think most Americans would agree.
I got a great education there. I'm not going to discount it. But based upon the scenes that we see right now, boy, I'd be hard-pressed to say any of my kids are going to go there or any of these scenes, and that's sad. Congresswoman Nancy Mace, thank you for being with us. Our continuing coverage of the scene at UCLA, we are awaiting a movement by the cops at any moment. Continues right now. Fox and Friends, take it from here.
Thank you very much, Todd. It's 6 o'clock here in New York City. It is 3 a.m. in Los Angeles, and you're looking live at chaos on the campus of UCLA. Right now, at this minute, police are making arrests while battling with pro-Palestinian protesters.
Activists with shields, umbrellas, and pieces of plywood are blocking entryways into the effort to keep law enforcement out.
And police in riot gear are positioned around the encampment, ready to clear the massive crowd.
There they go.
Let's bring in our own William Lajeunesse live at UCLA. William, what are you seeing here on the ground? We're looking at the live photos.
Starting to run.
Police are rushing in right now. What's the scene like?
Here comes more.
It's a very volatile situation. You can see, well, so we are in the main corridor, the mall, if you will. This is where the encampment is here. You can see CHP is lined up here. They'll be the first line going in if indeed the order is given. And then you have another line of LAPD as Keith pans over here. Now, watching their back, very important in this mall, is another line of LAPD, and they're moving right now. Okay, so when we arrived here several hours ago, there was about 1,000 people outside. They've dispersed a little bit. Now, there was just on the bullhorn, some of the sympathizers to the encampment, if you will, said, we need people over here. So the police are definitely moving, probably trying to find a soft spot in terms of trying to access point into the encampment itself. Now, this was declared an unlawful assembly on Tuesday, right? A dispersal order was given 9 hours ago. Multiple times on the bullhorn, police have told people to disperse, so the people inside who are there want to be there. We also know that those inside are not only students, right? So we've got agitators in there. Okay, so hold the line. That's the word going out. There are a number of access points along the mall, if you will, and that's where we believe police have redeployed. But I can tell you, having been around almost a 360 this entire area, right, there are a number of different places where students have staged, right, and they're armed as well. Helmets, gas masks, clubs, 2x4s. So how they're going to react when police go in, that's a big question to me. There's probably about 150, maybe 200 police here total from the different agencies. And there were, at least when we arrived, they were having had the access, because you can't go in and out as a reporter, over 1,500 students, both in the front and the back of where we are right now. So we're simply waiting to find out, you know, what the police are going to do, and if they're going to go in the front. You guys, having been here for several days, those ramparts, those barricades are reinforced, and the university, having declared this an unlawful assembly, did nothing over the past 36, 48 hours to stop them from reinforcing and resupplying themselves. We saw more and more plywood, 3/4-inch plywood, coming in yesterday during the day, bringing in hammers, power tools, zip ties to try to bring these fences together. So if you try to make a frontal assault here, it could be long, it could be ugly, it could be very, very difficult to do, because they've reinforced. They have obviously umbrellas, they have tents to stop from tear gas, they're gassed up. We've seen some video from the inside of here, how they're prepared if indeed police do move in, and how they're going to do that, I'm not sure. Now, we have a little bit of movement here. I was going to say these guys did not have their face shields down, which normally they would if they're going to make a movement, but there definitely appears to be something here. They're making a formation now that did not exist before. And then we see, okay, you can see more LAPD coming in from the side here. It looks like they're in heavy gear. Okay, you know what, I think what we've got happening here, they're going to make their move right now. It definitely appears that way. Those officers are in heavy riot gear. I'm surprised they didn't bring in like a Bearcat to make a movement here, because like I said, I don't know how they're going to go in unless they have some flashbangs and a ramrod. Let's stay with our camera right here, I think, unless you've got an aerial. Nevertheless, they're well reinforced here, and it looks like they found maybe a soft point to go in, and we're watching that right now. The university had declared this unlawful, and yet they did nothing to stop it. Also, we had some inconsistencies between the chancellor, who said, who called this unlawful. He got some support from the president of the UC system, Michael Drake, who then called for an investigation because there wasn't police early enough.
William, quick question.
Yeah,
are the police outnumbered?
Oh, definitely so. Definitely so, by the students. Now, how many people are still on the inside, I'm not sure, but we did see them being resupplied even later today with food, with water, again with plywood, gas masks, that kind of thing.
So, William, when you say on the inside, you're talking about the encampment, which a moment ago you said that UCLA administrators said on Tuesday declared it was illegal. And then yesterday, of course, we saw the melee when the local, we had a guest on who said it was Jewish people from Los Angeles who just took it upon themselves to go and essentially you know, get in the face of these protesters. So as we look at this right here, explain, if you would.
They're trying to blind the cops right here. You see them shining these lights on them.
They've got the flashers. So explain for us two things. You said there are people inside. You said there are students. So obviously the students, are they just on the outside watching what happens to the people on the inside?
Yeah, so sorry about that, you guys. So you've got the encampment itself, and then around the plywood that you're seeing, you see there's a double fence. Then there's the area where the police are right now. They're staging where we are, and then about 100 yards away, there's another fence that's keeping the students, the sympathizers, if you will, on the perimeter. So you've got these now 3 lines, skirmish lines of police set up here in front of the encampment, and then behind them, behind me, watching their backside, if you will, is another line of police to try to stop those students, if you will, from coming over another fence and getting involved, right? So, because you got to protect their backside. But you're right, Steve, in terms of the LA community, the Jewish community here, very upset with the attacks on Jewish students on campus, as well as the anti-Semitism that was displayed and articulated by these individuals. So, William, now you see the people on the inside, they're bringing those strobes, and that's disconcerting to the officers.
So, William, from some of the reporting, the city leadership and the state leadership said they didn't want a response like Texas, with the officers coming in and arresting them. They felt it looked too like the military. How's that working out? And I've been talking to some of my cops that I know that is in LA that have been dealing with the Defund the Police movement. They're not happy at all with this.
Well, you're right. In terms of the decision-making here has been all over the place, right? So at the beginning, any university's got to make that decision. Do you allow the tents to go in or not? Obviously, Florida, Texas said, no, we're not going to let them get a foothold. And that's what's happened here. They have put down roots, right? And they allowed that to happen. So the fact that the situation we're in today, the university only has itself to blame. Then there's a decision, as you do. Do you just use campus security and private security, unarmed in T-shirts, to try to control the situation? That was a decision made here at UCLA, right? Rather than we don't want the cops to come in. Well, now what are they going to do? They've got a situation here where the university has a liability. And we had the counter-protesters come in here, what, 2 nights ago or whatever it was, and you know, there was 15 injuries or more. They knew they had a situation on their head. Now what are we going to do, right? We've gone down this path. We've had this thing for a week. We wanted to respect free speech rights. They were supported by the faculty. They're supported by the local politicians, supported by the governor and so forth. Now what do they got? So in some ways, you know, the university, between a hard rock and a hard spot, they had to do something, and they're living with the consequences, and we're seeing it right now.
Yeah, we're seeing one of the protesters, he has his hands up at some points. He's got a gas mask on, and then he's also moving a garbage can. It looks like he's moving somewhat erratically. A police officer responded, and then they sort of backed off against each other. Now you see the police. This is the moment where they finally took down those police fences, and now it looks like they're going to be moving in. So, Jonathan, or rather William, once they do move in, what do you expect to take place? This has been ruled an unlawful encampment. So, should we expect to see students in handcuffs?
They're marching out now. It doesn't look like they're making it clear they're not going to resist.
Those students have their hands up.
Yeah, they're on the outside.
It is hard. It looks like they're trying to form a defense over there in the corner. I'm not sure. You guys got a different viewpoint than I do. I don't know if you have aerials or what.
They're taking the bike racks and they're pushing them aside, and the cops are slowly moving forward. The students, or whoever they are putting their hands up, let them know they're not going to resist. But you can see the troublemakers, the guy dressed in the all-white, other people there, the organizers, probably the instigators. They're the ones moving around, moving through. So I think they're almost like coaching them behind the lines.
Well, it is true they have brought in some professional agitators, if you will, and the university did nothing to stop them entry or an exit, right? So the students have been able to come and go. They made no effort to cut them off, cut off their power, cut off their internet, cut them off from food or water. They didn't do that, right? And they've been bringing in 3/4-inch plywood. Okay, it looks like the police are moving forward from the vantage point that I've got right here.
And they're still trying to.
Keith, do you want to move forward?
And they're still trying to blind the cops. The cops are in a tough situation right now. They got this perimeter and they have this barrier that they're trying to to get through, and then they have to drag the protesters behind them and still keep a line to protect themselves. So this is a dangerous situation that they're getting ready to go into. They're being blinded by these protesters with these lights.
Okay, so they're moving up. Let's bring in Jonathan Hunt, who has got access to one of the screens. He's been following all the chaos at UCLA. His wife was tear gassed a couple of days ago. She works for the local affiliate there. So, Jonathan, as you look at what is about to happen, we've heard, we've been on standby because the cops briefly entered the encampment and they said, you got to all get out or you're going to get arrested or suspended or expelled. And so then they retreated, and now it looks like it's going to be go time.
Yeah, it looks like what they've been doing over the last hour or so is probing various points of that encampment, which is about 100 yards long. You're looking now at what has generally been considered the front of the encampment, where they put up that big barrier of plywood boards, metal fences, and that seemed to be the last point the police were trying to get into. But now they have made a move in the sort of right-hand corner of that. You can see them sort of towards the top of your screen there. Now, some of those protesters seem to be putting their hands up and walking out. They'll be taken to the, at least I would say, 8 or so buses that have lined up just off campus there, ready to take away those hundreds who will ultimately have to be arrested here. So some of them are giving up. Some, though, are clearly not willing to do so quite so easily. They are among the ones who are shining those strobe lights into the eyes of the police officers as they stand ready to move in there. As William was saying, we don't know for sure what kind of weaponry some of those protesters have. We know that there are baseball bats in there. We know that they are armed with pepper spray and mace. One of them, as you mentioned, Steve, thank you for remembering, sprayed my wife the other day, a reporter with our local affiliate KTTV. So we know they have those things. We don't know how many of them are prepared to use them when faced with the kind of force that these members of the California Highway Patrol are about to bring, and they're probing the sides again now. Yes,
can we just think about this? What is the goal here? Is the goal to make massive arrests, or is the goal to take apart this encampment? And do you get arrested only if you resist? If you are just there and refuse to leave, are you going to be put on those prison buses? So the goal they just want to take apart this encampment and then deal with whoever wants to push back?
They want to take apart the encampment, and they have declared this, remember, an unlawful assembly. They have issued a dispersal order, so anybody not adhering to that dispersal order has been subject to being detained for the last 9 hours or so since that dispersal order was issued. So pretty much every one of those people there that are there are going to be put on those buses. Yeah, and you see them throwing items now towards the officers who are not going to be bothered by those kind of items being thrown at them as they move in now very distinctly to begin trying to dismantle that. Right. But as William was rightly saying, they have had a week now to build up this barrier, and they have done so very effectively.
And to that point, the cops are starting to take it apart right now with the bike racks. They're taking off the zip ties and anything that are keeping the bike racks together. But the main fortification are those hundreds of pieces of plywood. How the hell did those get there? Did Home Depot make a couple of truckload stops over at UCLA right in the middle of the quad?
Yeah, they've been bringing them in over the week or so since they set up this encampment.
Why would they let them do that?
Well, there was no law enforcement to stop them, and the UCLA administration didn't try to stop anybody doing anything. They allowed this encampment to be set up, did not declare it unlawful until about 24 hours ago.
Yeah, and Jonathan, after a riot broke out on the UCLA campus, they allowed the encampment to stay, and then they announced that police were going to come in. So, people came out of the woodwork. They knew that this was going to happen. They had the 1,000 people, as William was reporting, to support the people inside the encampment. They brought in the plywood. They brought in the nail guns. They brought in the gas masks, all in preparation, making this law enforcement work even more difficult to take down this encampment.
Yeah, and this has been set up since last Thursday, so a week now, and a week in which they could fortify everything. They could decide how they needed to make it as difficult as possible for law enforcement. UCLA did not ask law enforcement to come on to the scene until
they're now trying to push and get in.
Yeah, they're pushing pretty effectively now. I mean, that barrier won't last that long as they move in here.
What they're trying to do right now is get eyes in. They can't go in until they know what they're working with. So they're trying to dismantle all of these bike racks that is connected to this plywood.
It's a structure. William Lajeunesse is on the scene. William, things have gotten a little crazier in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they definitely are. It looks like I see an arrest right in front of me, but here the police are now trying to remove the plywood. I can tell you some of those barriers are a pallet, and then they have 3/4-inch plywood attached to both sides. But yeah, definitely police are now trying to make their entry at this point here. The crowd you can see over on the opposite side, they're trying to get in as well. They've got a police line trying to hold them back.
Hey, William, you know what I'm wondering?
They're now pulling out some of the pallets.
Right. I'm wondering, is there a risk for the cops being surrounded? I worry about their back end. I'm sure they drill this all the time. But if they're outnumbered, even though they got the equipment, could they be surrounded right now?
Well, technically we are surrounded, right? So we're surrounded by buildings, and the buildings have alleyways, and each one of those alleyways is clogged with sympathizers, other students. So technically we are. But like I said, on the backside of where I am right now, there's another police line to make sure, if you will, that crowd, which now looks in several hundred, maybe 500 people, they got to keep them at bay. Okay, looks like we have a special entry team coming on my backside right now. They're very heavily armed. Officers trying to make an entry point here, and they're backed up by 2 LAPD lines. They've got their tear gas ready, and their clubs and their face masks are down. So
William,
they're going to make an entry point there, and it's really go ahead.
Well, there was a plan in place, and the plan was released by law enforcement sources because there are different law enforcement agencies all working together to get this whole thing sorted out. Los Angeles Police Department will secure the perimeter. California Highway Patrol will enter the encampment, and the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department will be responsible for crowd control. So the protesters have had time to fortify, to get the gas masks, to get those flashing lights to blind the police officers. Police also have a plan in place as well.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I'm sure they do, but things have been changing, pretty dramatically in terms of they got to look at what's happening on the ground and where the soft point is. Now they're going in literally and through the front door.
Well, it looks like every time the police takes down a barrier, there's another one, and they're finally making their way in right now.
And it looks like there are either hundreds inside the encampment, William, or else they have just come up to get in the grill of the cops.
Okay, they're bringing out their riot batons right now.
Okay.
And they're throwing stuff at the police
you can see the people, the crowd on the side trying to blind them with those lights. But the line of individuals, the officers right in front of me, the CHP and the LAPD, they've now brought out their riot batons, and they're putting their masks down, and it looks like they're ready to back up the people at the point of the spear.
And you hear them chanting, "Hold the line, hold the line."
Okay, here they go. They're making a movement right now.
And we're going to find out probably shortly that these are not mostly students. These are people who are activists.
What was that noise, William?
Okay, let's bring in Jonathan Hunt, who's monitoring from our newsroom. Jonathan, what are you seeing?
Well, what we're seeing now is clearly this is a CHP unit you're looking at going in through what has been considered the front of the encampment.
Okay, the rubber bullets.
They're making entry pretty quickly. Those barriers, once they breach part of it, the officers, they'll fall apart pretty quickly. And then it's a case of pushing back against the mass of protesters. And there are hundreds of them, as we can quite plainly see in there. And they're forming now, obviously, a human barrier. But you can see them being brought out one by one. So this will be methodical. It will happen. It will gather pace as they begin to thin out the crowd. So this is the beginning of the end of this encampment. The police beginning to make progress after hours of waiting there for what they consider the right time.
It looks like they've gone non-lethal. If you see those, it appears to look like shotguns. Those are non-lethal rubber bullets that they're firing with inside the crowd right now. As the officers, and you just heard a little explosion right there, maybe a flashbang.
The protesters.
And they're firing within the crowd and this is a formation that law enforcement use often. Look like shotguns. Those are non-lethal. It looks like they've gone non-lethal. If you see those, it appears to look like shotguns. Those are non-lethal rubber bullets that they're firing with inside the crowd right now. As the officers.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fairly textbook operation now, Lawrence, and they're pushing it forward. They are being met with a fair deal of resistance, as you can see. I compare this to the pictures we saw inside Hamilton Hall up at Columbia, where you saw those protesters really hand themselves over to the NYPD officers. These particular protesters seem to be determined to fight much more strongly, determined to resist much more considerably, as evidenced by the barriers they built and the fight they are now.
Jonathan, who paid for the plywood? Who picked up all this plywood and paid? That is not cheap. So where's this thing being financed? And this is also an example of school management being absolutely awful, and the LAPD has to pay the price for their idiocy and irresponsibility, because this has gotten much, much worse because they did not do anything. So who pays for this stuff?
Yeah, you know, William has actually done some very good reporting on where the funding comes from. But the bottom line of his investigation is that it is very hard to tell where the money comes from for these groups, because they hide it very well. But it's a question that's going to be asked. It's an investigation that we will obviously continue to see which particular groups have funded these protests that have broken out right across the country now. But we'll get the answer. In the end, we will know who funded all of this.
Well, Jonathan, we just saw a sign that said UNC staff stands with the students. UCLA, rather, staff stands with the students. So there could be faculty members within this encampment as well. Let's bring in Matthew Weinberg, who's a UCLA law student and chairman of UCLA Young Americans for Freedom. What is going through your mind as you see all of this unfold on your college campus?
This is a disgrace. To me, this looks like a war zone.
It does.
It demonstrates to me that this school is run by a bunch of cowards. It demonstrates to me the lack of moral clarity, and it also demonstrates to me the degradation of our society. On that note, for my chapter at UCLA that I run, we invited Robert Spencer from Jihad Watch to come and speak.
Right.
And the school has been stonewalling the event and delaying it, saying, well, we're not sure we're going to have enough security, we can't approve the event officially. And what that means fundamentally is that they're prioritizing terrorist sympathizers, agitators, many of them who are not even students, who are violating school policies, or harassing fellow Jewish students, and breaking the law over people who want to engage in the free exchange of ideas.
Where are you?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm at the Fox studio in Los Angeles.
Okay, so do you live on campus?
I live off campus.
All right. So when's the last time you were on campus?
I was on campus about 3 days ago.
Yeah, and you've had trouble on campus, and I know you've been waiting for the cops to move in. You've had friends who have been assaulted and are going to sue the school for not protecting them. Across the country, and if you're just waking up at 6:24 or 3:24 West Coast time, the cops are moving on the demonstrators there at UCLA. There are a number of parents who are going to be suing these schools all across the country, Matthew, for tuition reimbursement, because the basic services from the schools have not been provided because, just like at UCLA, for the most part, the administrators have really caved to the protesters.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt in my mind that they are owed a tuition reimbursement. I have a friend at my law school. She was pepper sprayed. There were a number of other students that were physically assaulted. The school has done absolutely nothing. At the very least, they deserve a tuition reimbursement. What needs to be done
How about an apology?
An apology, but apology is not sufficient. They need an apology, they need a tuition reimbursement, and they need to hold these individuals accountable.
Matthew, you have some of your faculty and professors, as we just showed the live footage of them, right here monitoring the protests. They're saying they're standing with these people that are pro-Hamas. So how do you feel about people that you're supposed to learn from supporting this?
You're getting a little cut off by the
how do you feel about the
protesters.
faculty taking part in this?
I think it's a disgrace. I mean, what they're doing is they are encouraging students to engage in violence. I know some students on the undergraduate level whose professors said, don't worry about class, just go to the protests and stand against Israel. And they're encouraging them to, and by the way, this is not about free speech. This is about encouraging violence. These are individuals, as we know, that are not for peace. They are not calling for a two-state
Matthew,
solution.
hold on a second. Right now, I'm wondering who's using that. Is that tear gas? Is that just
that's law enforcement?
That's law enforcement.
Let's go to William Washington. William, what's going on?
But they're not wearing gas masks.
Yeah, they're letting the gas go right here.
What kind of gas?
We got CHP lining up. Smells like tear gas to me.
Yeah.
But you got CHP lined up right here to try. They've begun to pull these people out one by one, arrested. The situation. There are 2 Palestinian flags have been flying over this encampment for several days. And now you can just see the police pulling out some of that plywood and throwing it to the side. But one thing they have successfully done is keep the students out who are on the perimeter. They have not been able to enter this area, this encampment area where we are, to reinforce the people inside. And the officers, for the time being, the backside is okay. So everyone here is safe in terms of the police, but they're just taking people out one by one, as well as and putting them next to this tree. And I'm sure they'll take them to the waiting buses by the Sheriff's Department shortly. But as your guest was saying, the faculty here has been very sympathetic, very encouraging towards the encampment. And they're playing to different audiences here, UCLA that is. And the politicians have been very supportive of the free speech movement that's existed here and been very critical of bringing in any police.
I'm also bringing my attention what Mayor Adams said yesterday. There's a movement to radicalize young people, and that is what's happening all across this country. We have to acknowledge the existence of it. This is a global problem that young people are being influenced by those who are professionals and radicalizing our children, and we're seeing it from coast to coast.
Yeah, let's bring in let's bring in Greg Jarrett right now, because as we watch that's probably one of the canisters that has been
fire extinguisher.
Yeah, it's a fire extinguisher.
We don't know where they got it from.
Greg Jarrett joins us. Hey, so Greg, they're arresting people one at a time. They're going to put them on a bus. They're probably going to process them. But as we saw yesterday, a bunch of these college students and the agitators, outside agitators, were taken and charged, and were arrested, but were released without being charged. And you know how LA is. LA is very soft on crime. Is anybody going to face a legal consequence of doing this?
Not with a radical progressive district attorney in Los Angeles, George Gascon. I mean, it's just not going to happen. Same thing in New York with Columbia students and the district attorney, Alvin Bragg. As a lawyer, I look at all the crimes that are being committed here. Everything from trespass, destruction of property, disorderly conduct, but you're also seeing instances of assault on police. And when all of these crimes are committed with a religious motivation to discriminate against somebody based on their religion, that elevates those crimes to hate crimes, which are serious offenses. In New York, for example, it's up to 12 years behind bars. none of these people will be held accountable. And, you know, they keep saying, oh, we have a First Amendment right to free speech. Well, this isn't protected by the First Amendment. These are crimes that are being committed, and especially heinous crimes because they're targeting people of Jewish faith.
So I understand.
Really quickly, Brian,
Yeah.
you're right, though, Greg, because we had one of the protesters at Columbia. I talked to Alexis McAdams, and she said, when you get arrested, what do you think is going to happen to you? And he said, well, just like anybody else, I'll get out in 24 hours. So a lot of these protesters are making that exact calculation. Matthew Weinberg, who's a UCLA law student, is still with us. And Matthew, I just really want to ask you really quickly, because you say that one of the students that you are friends with got access to the UCLA Palestinian Solidarity Encampment Telegram chat and found out that the agitators have put in place a plan on how to deal with police. We're seeing that unfold right now. Can you tell us more about that plan?
That's exactly right. So this is definitely a coordinated effort. There was a screenshot that was sent to me, and basically they had a whole bunch of laid out plans on how to deal with the police and how to resist the police, to stand up to the police. They are not willing to concede. And, you know, we know for sure that Students for Justice for Palestine is behind this. We know that for sure. There are a bunch of people behind this. We've seen students providing food from Costco to these students, they're not even all students,
right, it's a team.
And students. And that's exactly right. This chat, honestly, it's very revealing. This is a coordinated effort.
I'm looking at the cops fire inside up there. You see the canisters right there. He's about to load it back up and fire back into the crowd. That's smoke right there. So that's smoke.
Commissioner Ryder just wrote me and said this is cayenne pepper. These are pepper balls, which is like pepper spray, but in the form of a ball that's fired into the crowd. It's a non-lethal method.
Okay, let's go back to
using Greg. If we can get Greg Jarrett back on, because I'm curious. You're seeing some of the substance from the fire extinguisher on the vests of the cops. When you start firing off, you know, from a fire extinguisher, throwing stuff at the cops, what type of charges are we looking at for that?
There goes another.
Well, these, they have fire extinguishers in case some fire breaks out. That's not uncommon. So they're taking precautions. And they are trying to use non-lethal.
What's the charges for that?
Well, assault and battery against police officers, resisting arrest. You know, a variety of crimes here. You know, what I find so disturbing is that these people, whether they're students or outside agitators, are profoundly ignorant. They are advocating and supporting terrorism by glorifying Hamas. You know, I fear that we're sort of raising a generation of idiots and morons. They couldn't even tell you when they shout river to the sea what river or what sea. They couldn't pick out Israel or Gaza or the West Bank on a map. They cheer Intifada, not knowing what that actually means. It's an uprising to kill Jews. I know. I covered the second Intifada in Israel and Gaza and the West Bank. And I watched every day and saw the violence and the murder and the mayhem against Jews in Israel. I was there the night that Hamas terrorists murdered 11 students and injured 180 at Ben Yehuda Plaza. These students don't know what they are advocating, and they are encouraged and emboldened by an administration at UCLA and faculty there, and also on the campus of Columbia that have indoctrinated these kids.
But let's just focus on let's focus on the police work right now. They're moving in slowly. They're keeping their temperament, which must be tough because people are hurling things at them. As you just see these umbrellas going, and now they're pushing forward in one direction. But as you can see, this line is so wide. You see the one stand, the faculty is on the steps. Then you have up high, you have others just ready for to be hit. And you wonder, now that the barriers are away, do you bull straight through, or do you go round them all up?
Well, I tell you what, we're lucky enough to have William Lajeunesse. He is just feet away from this as it's happening live on the UCLA campus. If you're just joining us, the protesters inside the camp were told the camp was illegal by the administration. Cops went in briefly, William, and said, okay, get out or you're going to get arrested. And then they have moved in the last 20 minutes. What is it like on the ground?
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing they have done, the police very successfully, so we were worried about our backside right on 6, opposite where the entry is being made. Well, police have moved about 1,000 students out of this area. So they literally made a line of cops and they took about 1,000 students and just pushed them out of the way, right? So that's not, it's on the mall, if you will, but it's outside the particular fence that we're looking at. Now, I will tell you, having been here for 3 days, as you mentioned, this was an unlawful assembly 2 days ago, and the university did nothing and allowed these people to reinforce themselves. Now, you remember 2 nights ago when the counter-protesters came here, and I was looking at the debris. All right, there were wooden plywood shields with nails in them, studded with nails to push people. They used these pallets to push people back. You saw weapons that they had, so they are entrenched in there. They were allowed to take root, if you will, unlike some other states, right, that moved in, said these encampments are not going to happen. Well, this for more than a week. They brought in the plywood, they brought in the resupplies, they brought in whatever they needed up until tonight. These signs on the alleyways, they were still reinforcing themselves. So this is going to take some time for the police to go through there and get these people out. They're given the orders by the last 12 hours to disperse from where they are. The ones who chose not to, they want to be there. They want to fight.
Because of
and
the
that's
inaction,
what they're doing right now.
because of the inaction of college administrators. I mean, they created this problem, and now police are having to go in to clean up this mess. It's sort of a strange thing that we're all seeing and experiencing right now, because in many ways it sounds like a war zone, it looks like a war zone, but when you see the protesters themselves, not many of them that we've seen are resisting arrest. They're being walked out with their hands tied behind their back. Can you just give us a sense?
See the smoke?
Yeah, we're looking at the smoke. We're all experiencing this together. But can you give us a sense of what you're experiencing? Because you're the only one that we're talking to that's there right now. Does it feel like there's order to this, or is it just complete chaos?
It's controlled chaos. So around the perimeter where the students were amassing in these other entry points, like I said, they were loaded for bear. I mean, and they were very antagonistic towards us. They didn't know who we were. They looked at our IDs and that kind of thing. But they wanted to get involved. They want to be here. This isn't about free speech at all. This is about wanting to be a part of this resistance. And that's a choice that they wanted to make. These students couldn't be home. They could be in their dorm. They could be studying. They could do a lot of other things. They choose to be here. And they were given a warning, like I said,
and they're
over the last
idiot
12
faculty.
hours to disperse.
They should all be fired right at the spot, take their gas masks off, get their IDs. The other thing is, by judging by the cops, they're getting shot at with that smoke, because that is not that.
You see all the
That's right. You know, the individuals in there, they had pepper spray, they had bear spray. I'm assuming they're using it because you used it on the counter protesters 2 days ago. But the point you guys made is a good one, and this is true about universities around the country, right? Threatening, telling, warning these students they could be suspended or expelled. Well, UCLA never did that, right? So it was an empty threat, right? A paper tiger, and that never happened. So that was emboldening the students.
They got off today.
If you're an outside agitator, you don't care because you don't go to school if the threat is that you're going to be suspended or expelled. Jonathan Hunt is watching this as well. Jonathan, you know, yesterday at this time we were talking about how the local Jewish people in Los Angeles were the counter-protesters who got up in the face of the people, the anti-Israel demonstrators who were inside this plywood camp that we were looking at. And as it turns out, UCLA, the administrator, described the counter-protesters as instigators, and now local and state officials in California have been condemning UCLA's law enforcement because there were fireworks and there were tear gas yesterday and fights because the cops did not get involved faster. So today it's really on them. They got to do this right.
The statement from the UCLA chancellor was really quite marked in the way that it described the pro-Israeli counter-protesters as the attackers in that situation. It really struck me as really a strange tone to strike.
Strange is one word.
And then they were slow as well. Then calling the police. Now we've just been sitting here for more than 24 hours now since what we saw was essentially a riot on the campus of one of the blue ribbon universities of the UC system, and now we are reduced to this, having to see this pitch battle.
This is different. I mean, I'm watching in real time as our audience is. They are literally throwing stuff at the police. You got fire extinguishers. You see all this substance on all the cops there. They're fighting with them. You got rubber bullets going back and forth. It doesn't look like the kid gloves are working with these protesters now assaulting cops.
Yeah, absolutely not. It hasn't worked. And what we're seeing here, I think, is interesting to note just how different the resistance is here to what we saw on the campus of Columbia, to what we saw at USC just across town here in LA a few days ago. This is a very different group of pro-Palestinian protesters. Students among them, outside agitators, no doubt among them too. But this is the most violent resistance we have seen, I think, anywhere in the country so far.
Right. I want to bring in Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder to talk about the tactics that they're using. Commissioner, you say the time is on the cop side. They're methodically going to move through this mob, right? What else can you tell us from what you've been observing?
Pat?
We're trying to get the Nassau commissioner up.
Do we still have, while we try to fix that, do we have Joe Imperatrice with us, Sergeant? We do not. All right. Well, as you're looking live right there, if you're just joining us as we put this together, yesterday cops ordered the protesters to leave that plywood fort or face arrest. A couple left, hundreds remained until about 45 minutes ago when the cops finally moved in. They said, we're coming in for you, and it looked like dozens at least, and you can see them right there. They said, you know what, we don't care. We don't care.
It looks like the negotiation didn't work, Brian. I mean, they tried to reason with these people. They gave them another 48 hours. This same thing happened last night. You would think there would be a call from the governor.
Where is the governor?
Where is the mayor of L.A.? I know she was in Washington, D.C. Do we know, is she back?
She posted a tweet calling for an investigation, and so did the chancellor, and so did the president. Everybody's calling for an investigation into what happened. Nobody's taking responsibility for this protest, this riot, this police clash that's unfolding right now. And you do have to wonder what's going on in the minds of these police officers, because they are dealing with people who one of their goals is to defund the police. That's one of their stated objectives of this pro-Palestinian protest. It's spanning multiple political objectives here. So they're dealing with young people who have cameras, and we had Betsy Brantner-Smith on, a former Illinois police sergeant, who said that a lot of these cops, guys, are probably thinking, if I move to arrest somebody, what if I get indicted? You know, all of these people have cameras. We're dealing with anti-cop kids. What's going to happen to me?
Well, this is why
they're working in a state that is not on the side of law enforcement.
This is what, to your point, Carla, this is why you see some of the cops with cameras as well. Not just their body cameras, but they're documenting this. So when these protesters take this to court, they have a case of their own. The UCLA protest spokesperson released this statement yesterday, saying, given that the University of California is founded on colonialism, it is inherently a violent legitimate institution. There's no need to be an adjustment. There's no need to have an adjustment here. So you got the protesters that are violently attacking the cops right now, saying that the institution itself is violent.
Well, let's go back to William Lanchinesse. He is literally just a couple of yards away from where the cops are taking down the encampment. William, you know, you've been there for 3 days. This could have ended a lot sooner. Why didn't they simply keep them from using? Are there bathroom facilities in there, or are they just going into the main building that we're looking at behind there, and they're using the facilities? They could have cut off all the facilities, and people would have gone home.
Made, right? So to get into the encampment, you have to the library. The library, there's a lot check-in area if you. So yeah, they let these students come and go as they please. Also, they did nothing to control outsiders from coming in, because we saw a lot of people inside who were not students. Maybe they were faculty, whatever. They were in their 40s, 50s, 60s, you name it. They were not students. That was really clear. The university made no attempt to cut them off, either by supplies, by food, water, power, internet, none of it. It went on as if nothing was happening. And the amazing thing, as you've mentioned before, is how they were able to resupply themselves and take root with plywood.
Where are the parents?
And this was...
Yeah, forget that.
Yeah, I mean,
where are the parents?
Freddie,
I don't know. I will tell you.
Yeah, go. I remember when I was covering the Freddie Gray case, that mom grabbing her son, saw him on TV, grabbed his tail off the street and drug him home. So if you're a parent watching this, I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah, William, what were you going to say?
Well, I will tell you, what I was going to say is that I've actually seen more women arrested than men, right? So they're coming right by our camera, one by one. The police have brought in boxes and boxes more of zip ties. We didn't know exactly how many people were inside. Did get inside before, describing the anti-Semitic signs there, the Jewish star, being asked to step on it, that kind of thing. And between 40...
William, you're breaking up a little.
Once they got that warning,
yeah, we'll get back to you in a second. Let's bring in Nassau County Police Commissioner Pat Ryder. Commissioner, you train others to do this. You're watching where the LAPD and the state police are moving through. What should we know about their tactics?
They're going to do it slow. They're going to do it methodically. They're going to take out the leaders of the group. They're going to take it down piece by piece, starting with the encampment. And as they move forward, they'll pull the bad guys through the line, cuff them, take them out, and then keep going back in. Yeah. But right now, you're looking at the one individual standing on the encampment above it. How dangerous is that to that police officer down below?
What do you mean?
Right?
What do you mean? The ones over to the right?
Yeah, there's no control of that, right? So the cops are unfortunately at a disadvantage because the school allowed this to build and build and build. This should have been taken down from the beginning. You can't allow it. In Nassau County, our county executive stands by us, and our legislative stand by us. Don't allow this to happen. It won't happen in Nassau County.
Okay. I got a question for you, and that is, you know, we were talking to Kurt, the cyber guy, the other day about the commissioner, the encampment up at Columbia, and he said that law enforcement could, if they want to, do this thing called, as you know, geofencing, where you essentially know every single person who's inside a particular area. If they wanted to know who the people were, how many students, how many agitators, how many troublemakers, they could have done that if they wanted to. The question is, do the people out in L.A., which is very soft on crime, really want to do that?
It's done by subpoenaing what we call the towers, the cell towers in the area. You geofence, you're able to pull all the phone data. Everybody is screaming right now, so you're feeding into that tower. You get access to do that, but the problem is these liberal companies like Verizon and T-Mobile don't give us subpoenas like that easy. We have to go to them same DAs and ask them for that subpoena. In California.
Real quickly, Commissioner, I'm watching these officers. They're spitting on the side now as the substance continues to hit them in the face. Tell us about how dangerous that is. We saw fire extinguishers. There's been reports of bear spray, and there's more substance coming out of the encampment. That's a fire extinguisher that they've been using, and the cops are spitting up. Tell us about that.
It's very dangerous, toxic, right? It's meant to put out a fire, a gas fire, or any other protection for that fire suppression in that building. That's being sprayed by the students. That means the students have gotten control of the building, taking those items, and now use them against police. We don't use that. We use pepper balls. And if pepper ball goes into an area, it's like cayenne pepper. It will cause you to be distracted and confused while we take you under control. It's a non-lethal form. But what they're spraying at these cops, we have no idea what it is and what it's doing to our officers.
Commissioner, put yourself on that line right now. What are you thinking? The plywood's away. You're staring at these kids. The adrenaline's extremely high. What is the message to the officers there? What are they thinking?
They are the best trained in the department. When cops are in trouble, this is what you call the SWAT guys, the BSO guys. They go in and they're going to take down this encampment piece by piece. But what you don't know is what's on the other side of that fence. There's no intelligence workup to get to this point like a normal search warrant. This is a total chaotic situation. And look at what they're doing with the umbrellas. That's to not only, protect themselves from the pepper being sprayed at them, but it's also being used to hide their identity. They don't want to be identified. They're wearing masks like they are Hamas.
A lot of them, Commissioner, are wearing gas masks. They've had time to prepare for the police to enter their encampment. Also because the college announced that police were going to be coming in, and then we watched these exact same police officers who are moving in right now. They've been on the college campus for hours now, all throughout the night. As people were sleeping, they've just been standing there. Whose job is it, Commissioner, to tell the police to finally move in, and what took so long?
So it's the private property of the school. We have to wait for the school to give us the okay, unless there is an endangerment to someone else, and then we could move in. But look what these cops are wearing. They're there's about 75, 100 pounds on top of what they're normally wearing. So as they're trying to go into this crowd. The disadvantage is they had the time to prepare on the other side. Yeah. These students, and I'm going to tell you, we've got to stop calling them students. They're not students of UCLA. These are radicals that have been sent in there, paid people to go in and attack the system that is in place.
Well, and in some cases, we've been talking about it. There are a lot of these elite universities that have offered degrees in activism, and this is the ultimate field trip for him. Let's bring Jonathan Hunt back in. He's been on the scene. He's been at he's out in LA right now. Jonathan, for the people who are just getting up and looking at these shocking images off the UCLA campus, bring us up to date. How did this start, and where are we now?
Well, it started with the riot 24 hours ago. It was after that the police were called onto the campus by UCLA, and then around 10 hours ago, they issued a dispersal order. Many of those protesters, hundreds of them in fact, refused to disperse, stayed behind the barriers, and then just about an hour and a half ago, we saw the police finally moving in, led by members of the California Highway Patrol, who you see on the front lines here, breaking down the plywood barriers, moving the metal barriers, and moving in. They have with them various non-lethal weaponry there. That we've seen them firing tear gas or pepper spray canisters that explode in the air, and then the spray comes down onto the crowds in there. We have seen the crowds firing fire extinguishers back at the police, and they have certainly been using the pepper spray that we know that they have been armed with for some time now. But the police are moving in, as your guests have been saying. They are doing it methodically. They are taking those protesters away one by one. We've seen a long line of them being taken away in zip ties. Right. They're being loaded onto buses. So the police are clearing the encampment. It's just going to take some time, because as you can see very clearly, they're meeting a lot of resistance.
Let's bring in William Raj and Ness. What are you seeing from your angle? It looks like they finally got to that last line of the barrier on some areas where they're making contact now with the protesters. What are you seeing?
Well, I'll tell you this, it took a week to build this encampment. It's going to take probably a day to take it down. So they're going through methodically You're going to, there's probably about maybe 100 tents in there, maybe more. We don't know how many were occupied. As you said, you'd seen they put up these pup tents, if you will, and to stop them from being directed by the gas. But you're right. I saw some more pepper over there. A lot of flashbangs, right, which are very disconcerting. If you've ever been in a room and someone throws in a flashbang, you know, you lose your sight, you lose your hearing for a short period of time, and that's one thing we're seeing that they're using inside to basically disorient these individuals, these students, before they pull them out. But they're still pulling them out. They're putting them in zip ties. They're setting them down, and then periodically they're going to line them, you know, take 5, 6 out at a time to waiting buses by the sheriff's department, and they're going to be arrested, and they're actually going to be processed and booked. But I've seen some of the students trying to hide their faces from me, maybe hiding from the parents who might be watching. Others don't care. That's right. And, you know, you've seen the Palestinian flags flying over there. You know that they put up a Palestinian flag here, not on with the American flag, but on the scaffolding here. And some construction workers took it down. But in the encampment itself, there have been several Palestinian flags standing for several days. And you can see them waving those flags periodically.
As the people are being brought out past you, given the fact that this looks violent in nature, have you seen anybody who appears to be injured? I know a lot of them are just sitting down on the grass and they're zip tied, but have you seen anybody who's hurt? Because obviously they will be treated and then immediately sue the cops.
Right. No, I have not. I have not seen anyone, no one complaining, no one bitching, no one complaining, no signs of blood, anything like that. They all seem to, the cops seem to be very surgical about this.
William, hold that thought a second.
I know that they're giving up. Go ahead.
Commissioner Pat Ryder, could you come back in? Because we're looking at the police officers holding up guns, and we're seeing smoke coming from the other side, could be fire extinguishers. What are they doing? Are those rubber bullets? At what point do they shoot? At what point do they feel under threat? How do you see it?
Well, they're under threat from the beginning, as we can see. But if you notice the handle on the gun, it's got a red handle on it. That's showing you that it's a rubber ball gun. That's going to fire a rubber bullet. That is not a live weapon. We would not be pointing live weapons at a crowd like this. Obviously, there's no one firing at us. But what they are using is every other item they tend to throw at us, to hit with the sticks, the tents, throwing any item they can at the police officers. But they try to strategically place themselves behind the barracks, behind the walls, behind their shields as they keep moving forward.
Do they have assignments to one group cut off the barrier, the other group handle the sanitation, the other group grab people? Now we're seeing the wrestling going on. We weren't seeing that before.
So there are hands-on teams. They are the back end of it. They will go in, pull out the agitator, take it through the line, and then take them out in handcuffs. There are those that hold the weapons up, that hold the rubber guns, and there are those that are firing the pepper balls. They're like your third layer. So they move in piece by piece and start breaking it down. But you just saw one of the cops go down on the ground, tackling somebody. You know, these cops are definitely going to get injured in there today, and hopefully nobody gets killed. That's how bad the situation has gotten, because the college let it happen. They did not call them in early enough.
So, Commissioner, can you talk about, one of the things that I've been seeing is the cops can't see within parts of this encampment. Can you talk about how dangerous that is to actually have to pursue subjects, and you can't see if they could have weapons? We've seen bear spray, the fire extinguishers there. How difficult is that for a cop to make an arrest when that's happening?
It's very difficult, and we lose the advantage because we're not up at the high point. You know, that's why police like horses. You go into the horse, you obviously got a more strategic point. You could see down into the crowd as you're going into to pick out the agitators. But right now they're at a disadvantage because they're shielded by what's behind the umbrella, what's behind the tent, what's behind the 13 or 14, 15 people deep in that crowd. And from the back side of it is those paid people that get to throw the rock and keep pushing the other knucklehead students that got involved. They'll push them forward, and they'll throw the rocks from behind the crowd, agitating the police.
So, Commissioner, How about this gem? Yesterday, these anti-Israel protesters held a press conference, and one of the things that they said was that they complained that police didn't intervene with the pro-Israeli protesters when that riot was breaking out. But one of their actual stated demands, they have three, one of their demands is to abolish police. What's your reaction to that?
But try it. Let's see how it works out. We'll all go home and let's see how it works out. You'll get exactly what you're looking at right now on TV. Total chaotic situations where they'll take over your community. This is not the students of UCLA. These are maybe the front liners, but it's the paid agitators that are put in there to bring chaos to our democracy in this country. That's what's going on right now.
Commissioner, can you talk about, do they have earpieces? Is there an overall command telling people to move, or they just have orders, and the last communications they had with superiors was an hour ago?
Now, they all have earpieces in there. They are getting very good communication from their high points of the damage where we're watching, and they're telling them what to move in and what to take down. Yeah. They are doing it step by step the way they should be and as they are trained to do.
You're right. And Commissioner, as we've been looking at some of the close-ups of these the special operations unit, a lot of these guys are sweating like crazy because, as you pointed out a little while ago, first of all, it's California, a little warmer than North Dakota, but also they've got 70 pounds of tactical gear on. So and they've been standing there for hours, and they finally got the go 1 hour ago. If you're that guy and you're exhausted, what's going through your head?
You're relying on your training. When people say defund the police, you invest in the police. If you want a better product, you put the money behind the training, you'll get a better product. You're getting the best product that California has to offer right now, and you can see the way they're going through this. Nobody's getting hurt. They're not losing control. They're staying and trusting their training to take over here.
Commissioner, you said time is on the cop's side. At what point is it not on their side? What takes place where you have to pick up the pace?
When they start using deadly force, when the crowd starts to fire into the police department, no longer do we have time on our side. We got to go. We got to go quickly because we're here to protect life, preserve life. At this advantage right now, we're going to go through it step by step by step. On the other side, we're going to watch the college runway that started most of these problems, and these students that are there are going to get arrested. And mommy and daddy should have to pay for all the damage and all the overtime that's going on here right now.
Commissioner, stand by. Let's reset here at the top of the hour. If you're now joining the Fox News channel, we're watching UCLA as the cops make their way. Tactical team is in place. Medics are in place as they stop this encampment that they have given them 48 hours ago to disperse. The president of the university finally called in the cops. They are being attacked right now with tear gas as well as bear spray, fire extinguisher, objects thrown at them. Commissioner, just to bring you back in, we're way past the First Amendment, right? I mean, they say that they're protesting, but it looks like a brawl going on.
It's way past the First Amendment. Everybody teaches you in law school, your First Amendment, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. They're yelling fire. Every one of them are yelling fire right now in a crowded theater. And we're going in that's no longer protected by the First Amendment. It is now a violent riot situation.
It certainly is not.
Indeed. All right.
Let's bring back in William LaJeunesse, who is on UCLA's campus right now. And William, we understand that you have new reaction from the university itself.
Well, yeah, exactly. The university has just put out a statement, and I'll read portions of it, but they're kind of soft-pedaling the whole thing. If you fail to leave and remain present in the encampment, regardless of your purpose or your remaining, you are in violation of the law, and those who choose to remain could face sanctions. For students, those sanctions could include disciplinary measures such as interim suspension that, after a proper due process through the student conduct process, could lead to dismissal. Faculty disciplinary actions for the faculty who are on the inside, and several are. That's going to be handled through the Senate Judiciary Committee and Academic Affairs and Personnel, and staff employees disciplinary actions will be handled through Human Resources. So, the long and short of it is, they may face arrest here and they may be booked, but in terms of being expelled from the university, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. The faculty who've been very sympathetic, been on the inside, doesn't look like they're going to be fired. I also want to tell you, so you know that Royce Hall is on one side, the library's on the other, and the people on the inside had barricaded those doors. Well, it looks like police to me have made another entry point up along Royce Hall. So right now they've been kind of contained to this one entry point, but now it appears to me that police have made a second place. They're going to be able to get into that encampment quicker and try to clear the people out in a faster fashion. But you've been seeing how those flashbangs go off. As I said, they're very confusing, but we've seen about another dozen students pulled out and being detained and led off to the buses.
Well, if folks are just tuning in, good morning. It's Thursday, and look what's happening at UCLA. It had been a peaceful protest for over a week until yesterday, and that's when, as you can see, what's left of the plywood and pallet, essentially fort, that protesters built inside the quad there were some counter-protesters who were pro-Israeli, and there were a lot of Israeli residents of Los Angeles who actually went to the campus and confronted them. And apparently that was the spark plug that has now forced the administration to say, okay, this is unsustainable. You got to go in, and that's why they said yesterday that the encampment was illegal. And if you don't get out, you're going to get in trouble. Jonathan Hunt is out in Los Angeles right now. And Jonathan, we've all been following this for a while, but it does seem like they were just willing to let it go, the whole First Amendment thing, until the Jewish residents came yesterday and got into the faces, and essentially there was a melee on TV.
Yeah, and I think it is absolutely significant that was as Passover, the Passover holiday concluded, and many Jewish people and sympathizers with the Israelis decided that they needed to take matters into their own hands. And I think it was a real aim of that, Steve. You hit the nail on the head. It was a real aim of those counter-protesters to force UCLA to do something, to force law enforcement in LA to do something, because they said, if you don't, this is what you're going to see. Brawling on the campus between the pro-Palestinians and the pro-Israelis. So they went, I believe, with the aim of sparking some sort of action from UCLA and from Los Angeles law enforcement agencies, because they were simply fed up and frustrated with the way Jewish people were being intimidated, harassed, and prevented having the freedom of movement on campus.
All right. By the way, there's a statement out from Gavin Newsom, and here's what he said. Take your time, Gavin. No rush. I condemn the violence at UCLA. This is from yesterday?
Yeah.
All right. I condemn the violence at UCLA last night. The law is clear. The right to free press does not extend to inciting violence, vandalism, or lawlessness on campus. Those who engage in illegal behavior must be held accountable for their actions, incling criminal prosecution, suspension, or expulsion. I don't know if he's talking to the pro-Israelis or I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know why I'm reading that. I apologize. But right now we're looking at the movement inside, behind the lines of the LAPD, who was put a call out, 8 o'clock local time, to disband the encampment. They ignored it. They waited. And about an hour ago, they started moving in, at which time they've received flashbangs in the face. They've gotten fire extinguishers blasted at them, some type of pepper spray perhaps, and they sit there with gas masks on. It's also important to point out that there are at least a dozen members or faculty, maybe more, at a high perch, proudly holding a sign saying they support the students and the protest. And let everybody know, the people that are happiest about this are in Iran, are in Gaza, and these are Hamas. And if you want to ever get those hostages out, you are making the case for Hamas to hold out and keep them down in those tunnels. So it's all linked together.
And this comes on the heels of when you had NYPD, counterterrorism, the #1 counterterrorism unit outside of the FBI counterterrorism, saying that there are outside actors that are leading this, that are influencing these students, that are radicalizing them. They gave them the appropriate time to clear out, and they just wouldn't do it. And as we look at these cops right now, if you look at the helmets, every department has different markings on it, but each helmet is a different unit, a different job, whether it is crowd control, the ones that are going to do the rest, the ones that are going to fire the canisters, the non-lethal, the ones that have the rubber bullets. We're seeing in real time as they try to gain some type of control at UCLA.
Yeah. This is what happens when you allow these protesters to dictate what's going on. When it isn't a lawful protest, this isn't freedom of speech. College administrators were clearly too afraid to clear out the protesters, bending to their demands. They were too afraid to call police in to clear out those protesters, and look at what is happening now. As a result, this doesn't even look like the United States of America. It looks like a third world country.
They're beginning to squeeze. Yeah, Carly, yesterday the backlash was against the police for not moving in and removing the Jewish people who were trying to take things into their own hands, who Jonathan Hunt was talking about a moment ago. Let's go back to William Lajeunesse. He is literally yards away from where this is happening. He's been there for 3 days. William, I'm seeing on the New York Times right now, it's been hard for us to hear exactly what the protesters are saying, and now we can see exactly where you are. Inside the encampment, some protesters sprayed police with what appear to be fire extinguishers, and the protesters, William, were chanting, "We're not scared." William.
Yeah, well, you know, I might be scared, you know, if I saw this coming at me. This is CHP. They've now taken down the barriers. They've gotten through the fences. They've taken down the plywood. Remember, they have been limited to one access point over there. Well, now you can see cops have literally came in about the last 2 minutes and literally knocked down everything, taken out that plywood, taken out these pop-ups right here, and are moving in en masse into the encampment area. That's Royce Hall over there. As I said, they had barricaded over there so the police could not enter through that building or any of the windows or any of the doors, and the same with the library over here. Well, now they've literally tossed all these pop-ups over here, which they've been used to try to keep themselves getting the pepper or the gas from them over the top, right? So now those are gone, and the police are going to move in right now, and right in front of the police, you can't see them right now, are tents, probably about maybe 100 tents, and they're going to go right through them right now. But as we said,
cell phones recording the cops. I mean, we're watching this live. We can see all of you guys clearly. We're watching the interaction, yet they all have cell phones in front of the cops as they assault them.
Well, the interesting thing is, while the university is telling these people, you know, they're going to be arrested, they might face disciplinary action, simultaneous to that, on social media, the people on the inside, they showed their Wi-Fi, they were calling for students to show up and come down here to the plaza right now to try to reinforce. Now, we see some police officers had to go close off an area here, but right now there is almost every officer who is here waiting to go in, they're now on the inside.
Right.
William, let me ask you something. Is it possible, from judging by what you can see, for these officers to surround the encampment with their personnel at this point and begin to squeeze, or do they still not have enough, or is the encampment still too large?
No, the police have been able to suffocate or cut off all the other access points. That's why I was saying some people were deployed a minute ago to make sure that that was safe there. So they've been able to confine themselves, if you will, to the plaza. What I don't think police have been, I don't know, you have an aerial, have they been able to come in from the west side? We're on the opposite side there. I don't know if they made entry over there. They did make entry through the Royce Hall a short time ago, but now the entire encampment is taken over by police. Now it's just a matter of time before they make all the arrests and clear it out.
Sure. And William, when this started 72 minutes ago, you set the stage. Essentially, they built this plywood and pallet fort in the middle of that square at that quad at UCLA, and there were dozens, if not 100 or so, of the protesters in there. They were told by the cops. Cops went in briefly, said, if you don't get out, you're going to be arrested. Then the cops went out. You essentially said there were about 1,000 students surrounding that, behind the cops, kind of like spectators almost. Gawkers, let's see what happens. The cops moved those people out, right?
Yeah, they moved them out. They were really worried about students, sympathizers, if you will, coming in and basically impeding police in the action here and reinforcing those here. I wanted to show you guys something. Remember I told you earlier that they sometimes use the plywood as a shield and they put studded with nails? Well, look at the handles here. All right? You use this as a shield. You use this to keep the pepper spray off you, that kind of thing. You can hear right now, but nevertheless, these pallets, so you had the plywood, you had the pallet, and you had another piece of plywood. That's how difficult it was to get through here, and that's where the counter-pressers. Watch yourselves over there, guys.
They were
so
able,
that's the situation here.
Well, they were able to do that, all William, because they had time, because that they were given a heads up, notice by police and by the administration at UCLA that the encampment was going to get cleared. So all the students inside it took 24 hours. They had a list of demands. They asked for food. They asked for nail guns. They asked for the wood that we see there that they built this fencing with. And it's interesting that this is really happening in phases. So yesterday you had the police on campus clearing out the riot. And it's strange that they weren't given a directive, William, to also clear out the encampment. So now that 24 hours later, they're coming back and having to deal with all of this once again.
Well, that's true, and they've been able to take root, and that was the unusual thing. After declaring this an unlawful assembly, on Tuesday, you would have thought the university would have reinforced that by stopping people from coming and going as they please, from getting additional individuals, as well as all the items you mentioned from Home Depot. That didn't happen, and that was unusual. So after the counter-protest a day or so ago, it was amazing to see them bring in zip ties to bring these fences together, to reinforce the wood, and continuing up until the time that we arrived here tonight, they were still resupplying themselves. So there's no effort on the university's part to stop this from taking root, not just a week ago, not just a day ago, but even today.
So, William, as we're looking at the live shots right here at UCLA, we're looking at a different posture of the law enforcement. It looks like the police line is getting wider. Do you get the impression now they're going to start making arrests? And my second question is, what is the ratio of cops versus protesters, agitators there? Do you feel like the cops have enough people there on the ground?
Yeah, I do. And you know what? There's a standoff right now. I don't know if you can see. Keith, can you push in? Yeah. You can see the standoff right here. You see the line of cops right here. And right behind them, you see the protesters, the people in the encampment. And they've set up a line. I see their flags. It looks like they have some wood and so forth. So the police, while they've taken down the barriers and the barricade, if you will, they've stopped from moving in on a line of students. It looks like they're 2 or 3 deep. You see them in the white helmets over here? The protesters, so they're going to be arrested. It's just a matter of time. But police have not moved in with their zip ties as of yet, and they've locked arms.
Right.
And it just looks like it's a matter of time. But before those, it looks like the officers appear to be getting ready to start making additional arrests. But I'm looking at least at 100 people.
This is textbook strategy of the cops. Have several lines right there. You grab one of the protesters, agitators, and push them to the back of the line, and the cops behind you will start to arrest you and search you, Brian.
Yeah, why don't we go to Commissioner Pat Ryder now? William,
look at right here, you guys.
Go ahead, William.
No, I was just going to say, it appears right now they're going to make some arrests right in this area, but you can still see they have some cardboard, they have some signs, they have some shields trying to fend the police off, but this is all happening in real time, and there's a line of protesters there. You see the line of cops with their backs to you, and you see the strobe lights over here, the flashlights, looking at us. I think you're looking at several hundred people.
Well, I just want to get Commissioner Ryder to tell us tactically what's developing right now. We see a lot of these guys, they're grabbable, but they're not grabbing them yet. They're not moving. Commissioner, what is the next tactic? They can't obviously stay there.
No, so what's happened is they regroup. You saw a rush of fresh bodies coming in. And as Carly's point before, you got to hydrate. You got to, you're standing for hours on your feet with all this weight on you. They rotated new cops in, they brought them out. This is, again, time is on our side. We now control the environment. We will wait, and then when they start the next surge, we'll start to pull them right through the line, start handing the agitated to the back, place them under arrest, and keep moving the line forward. And then you'll watch the rest of the cowards start to run.
Commissioner, can you explain why they do the 3 lines there where you have one officer, the first line of officers that will grab the suspect and then push them to the back of the line, and then the arrests are conducted at the back of the line?
It's like having a dam, right? You can't open it up too fast or everybody's going to come through it. So we're just going to open up a few, separate, reach in, walk that one guy out, close the wall back up. And then we'll step forward again. Same thing over and over, and we're all out of it.
Jonathan Hunt is doing this from LA right now. And Jonathan has a unique fact that his wife was actually tear gassed a couple of days ago at this particular site. Jonathan, first of all, who fired the tear gas at your wife? And also, why didn't they turn off the Wi-Fi? Because so many of these people have been just posting things. Hey, look where I am. I'm standing up for these guys, and I'm on the right side of free speech. Why didn't they turn off the Wi-Fi? But let's start with your wife.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. Let's always start with my wife. She is doing well, thank you. She's a lot tougher than I'll ever be and a lot better reporter than I'll ever be. So she is just fine. She was pepper sprayed by pro-Palestinian protesters, as William and Bill Melugin, who's been doing such good work down there for us, can also tell you. The media has been a target of the protesters on many occasions down there. I want to point out, though, as we're looking at it now, how the tension has calmed down a little bit. You see the officers, the CHP officers in the back lines now looking far more relaxed than they were just 15 minutes or so ago. They clearly feel that they have control of this. The weapons that they are carrying that fire rubber bullets are largely lowered. We haven't seen them firing the tear gas canisters over the last 15 minutes or so either. They are clearly feeling that they are getting more and more control of this situation. They're taking more and more of those protesters out of there. There's this standoff now with this perhaps what might be a final group, but we saw them coming in from both sides. What you're looking at now was what considered the front side of the encampment. They came in from the back side as well. They come in from the sides of Royce Hall on one side and the Powell Library on the other. They've got these protesters surrounded, so clearly they are beginning to feel this is under control now. It's just a question of time, rounding them up, getting them on the buses, taking them away.
So, Jonathan, quick question. As you see that the cops are making what would appear to be this final push. They have them surrounded. You see 3 or 4 lines of cops as they try to make their way in. Has there been one final call over the loudspeaker or any way to tell the protesters to disperse, to turn themselves in before they have to go in?
We're hearing them addressed once again now, so I'm assuming this is once again the formal order to disperse, informing them that this remains an unlawful assembly and that they are guilty under California Penal Code, I think it's 416, of a misdemeanor crime if they refuse that order to disperse, as they are all clearly going to do. They are going to refuse it. They are refusing it right now. They will be arrested.
It's amazing the list of needs for the students prior to them being taken apart here. They need airsoft goggles, knee elbow pads, utility gloves, bright flashes, flashlights with strobe. We've seen that. They wanted rope. They wanted zip ties, obviously, to secure it. The particle board to the bike racks, skater helmets, shields, wood to construct barrier, non-steroid inhalers. They also want vegetable-oriented meals.
Vegetarian meals.
Yeah, vegetarian. Yeah, so fantastic. So we got to make sure all their needs are met. But by the way, one of the worst things to happen is Brown and Northwestern. They both acquiesced to the students. They both agreed that we're going to revisit investment and divestment from Israel. So they're saying this works. We want what Brown got. We want what Northwestern got. So they ruined it for anybody negotiating. But it doesn't look like anyone's negotiating with UCLA right now.
Speaking of UCLA, let's bring in UCLA professor Nir Hoffman joins us right now. Professor, as you look at what is happening on your campus, This has got to be shocking. I mean, we've been here, we've done this show for a long time. I have never seen anything quite like that in America.
You might be shocked, but I'm not, because these people attacked me a few days ago.
Tell us the story.
I was walking, actually giving you guys an interview, and they didn't want me to cross to the quad, which is where I was trying to get a shot, so they tackled me, assaulted me, and stole my AirPod. And when I went to the police, they basically told me, you want us to go rescue your AirPod? We could barely rescue one of our security guards. They got kidnapped into this area, injured, and we had to negotiate to get him out.
Okay, so anyone who says this is peaceful is flat out lying.
This was never peaceful. Jews were not allowed to go in to the campus. Jews were not allowed to go to the library. Jews were not allowed to go to classes. It was never peaceful.
They're
vandalizing the entire quad.
Yeah, there's a sign that some of the people in the quad are holding, and it says that staff and faculty of UCLA support these protesters. Who are those staff and faculty that are inside the encampment right now that are standing with these protesters?
We don't know who the staff are. We don't know who the faculty are. We don't know who the students are. We don't know who these outside agitators are, because this is a total breakdown of law and order. Who knows who's in there?
So, Professor, who do you hold responsible for this? Because this has been going on for days now. Law enforcement, the community begged law enforcement to come in. You had yesterday some of the Jewish community that came in and had a standoff between them and the protesters there. The governor has been MIA. The mayor has been MIA. The police commissioner has been MIA because the mayor hasn't called them in until tonight. So who do you hold responsible for this chaos that now law enforcement have to deal with?
Well, I'll tell you who's not responsible. Law enforcement. I went to the UCPD station on Friday and on Monday, and I begged them to go up there. And they told me very clearly, we want to go up there more than you want us to go up there. But we have a directive from Michael Beck, the Vice Chancellor, and the Chancellor, that we're not allowed to go up there. The writing was on the wall here, okay? People were getting attacked. The only reason, by the way, that they decided to call this camp illegal on Tuesday was not because of this riot that happened Tuesday night, which, by the way, in my opinion, is despicable, and I completely denounce it. Okay, nobody should be attacked. Law and order applies to every person on all sides. But the reason that they decided to break down this encampment is because they were called to Congress, which we've been working very hard to do. They didn't want that camp to be around when they had to answer to the United States government.
Sure, and Professor, and we're speaking to Nir Hoffman, a UCLA professor, the reason they were called in front of Congress, and famously, you know, a couple of months ago, the leaders of UPenn and Harvard lost their job because they would not denounce anti-Semitism on campus. And the problem is, it is rampant. I've gotten notes from my friends. I was just talking to one of my Jewish doctor friends. He said, you know, our kids fear for their safety at universities in overwhelmingly liberal democratic cities where politics allow anti-Semitism to flourish. We've been talking about the Jewish students, but we haven't been talking much about the Jewish professors.
Well, I can tell you, you know, as someone who is Jewish, and as terrible as the anti-Semitism is, this is a bigger issue, okay? This is an issue of law and order. When you have no law and order, when you have chaos, vigilantes, then the people that want law and order lose, and the terrorists win. And this applies to all walks of life. You know, it starts on the campus, but now that every policeman is inside the campus, who's enforcing the rest of the city?
Yeah.
We need to have law and order, and that's what was missing here all along. This isn't about a war in the Middle East. It's about our entire system of life.
Professor, do you think that any of the faculty are going to get fired for being in this encampment, or any of the students expelled? What do you think is going to happen to these people if they are, in fact, affiliated with UCLA?
Not a chance. The leadership are so afraid. I mean, Darnell Hunt, who I have a lot of respect for, and he is slated potentially to be the next chancellor. He went down to this group yesterday, okay, and we have video of it, to try to basically negotiate an end to the standoff. They basically called him an effing coward, a bald ass. They were using words that, you know, are used to describe kittens, and even calling him the N-word, okay? This is how they treat the top of the pyramid in leadership. How do you think they're going to treat me or you or the police?
My last question, Professor, did you feel the anti-Semitism before October 7th?
No, I didn't.
You know, Professor, we're talking about October 7th, and then on October the 12th, on your campus, there was a chorus that was going on, and they offered extra credit for an emergency teaching on the crisis in Palestine. So you had graduate professors giving students extra credit to attend a protest. Is that typical on your campus?
You know, I will tell you something. Even though I didn't feel anti-Semitism until October 7th, in the medical school, a year prior, in October of 2022, they already submitted a letter signed by 4 chairs to the dean, stating that there's anti-Semitism in the core curriculum of the medical school. So, yeah, apparently at UCLA, it's okay to be teaching anti-Semitism, and it's okay to be teaching, you know, things that are against the way of the American way of life. You know, they're teaching that capitalism is evil, that, you know, the whites are oppressors, and things that just, in my opinion, are not really how America works.
Are you going to stay at the university, Professor? Are you going to stay and teach there after all of this?
Absolutely. This is my home. I've had a 50-year relationship with UCLA. I'm not leaving. You know, we have to take it back.
Absolutely.
That's a great attitude.
And thanks so much, Professor. We'll stay in touch.
I'm so sorry this is happening.
It just makes you wonder, where is the president? Where is the mayor? Where is the governor? The president made one comment, passing comment, in the woods. I condemn anti-Semitic protests. That's why I set up a program. I also condemn that those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians. Really? Okay. So where are you now? Has anyone woken up the president? I know it's a bit of a chore, and said you should take a look at what's happening now.
Well, Brian, and to that point,
or the governor?
Remember, the governor is the contingency plan if Joe Biden cannot make it toward the nomination. Where is he? I mean, you have mass chaos. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this on a
I said to Mayor Adams yesterday, this is my country. How dare you take my flag down? And by the way, my uncle died for this country, and our youth are being corrupted by outside forces. We should identify this right away. If this is your kid, grab them out of here. That's whatever you think of Mayor Adams. That's somebody without a script.
Brian, he said it's despicable that schools would allow another country's flag to fly in our country. Blame me for being proud to be an American. We're not surrendering our way of life to anyone. That's the mayor of New York City.
And we did just get a statement from a president, not ours, the Israeli president, Isaac Herzog. He said, in part, in the face of violence, harassment, and intimidation, as mass crowds smash windows and barricade doors, as they assault the truth and manipulate history, together we stand strong. Wouldn't that message be nice coming from President Biden?
But the president spoke in Tampa, not a word. He spoke to Speaker Johnson, not a word. He spoke at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, not a word. With a Jewish host named Howard Stern, not a word about anti-Semitism. This is called not a bad decision. A no decision shows you can't do the job. He's not up to this.
Well, Peter Doocy asked about that yesterday in the briefing room and was told that the president would be speaking on it next week. Unfortunately, you know, college campuses are aflame right now. Let's go to Greg Jarrett, because obviously, as you look at screen left, those are people who are about to be arrested, and then screen right, you can see people who have streamed and still remaining inside the encampment. Hey, Greg, it's just a matter of time until these people are taken downtown, they're processed. Next thing you know, they're going to be back on campus.
Yeah, police should be commended for doing a job well done. They're perfectly capable. They're courageous people. But understand that the people who are being arrested will be out on the streets within a couple of hours before the paperwork is even finished. And they will never be prosecuted for the myriad of crimes we've been witnessing, destruction of property, trespass, violating police orders to vacate and disperse. We've seen acts of assault and battery against the police officers, throwing projectiles at them. And of course, as Professor Hoffman noted, he was physically attacked. None of the people who are being arrested will be prosecuted because the citizens of Los Angeles elected George Gascon as the district attorney. He's a far-left progressive who made it abundantly clear the moment he took office that his solution to crime is to open the jailhouse doors, and that's what he did. He refused to prosecute a great many crimes. As a result, in Los Angeles, property crimes and violent crimes have absolutely skyrocketed. You know, this is a public university. I grew up in Los Angeles. I know UCLA quite well, and it's governed by the regents. And you know, the university is supported with taxpayer money. And that money should go away if the regents had a backbone. They would say, clean up your mess. We're firing the administrators. We're firing the sympathetic, emboldening faculty that encouraged students to do this. And in fact, some of them participated in it. And the regents have an affirmative duty to the citizens of California to fix this mess.
So, Greg.
And, you know, if people in Los Angeles are looking at this riot and the destruction of property and the assaults taking place and wondering who's to blame, they're to blame. They're the ones who put into office a prosecutor who acts as a public defender who is known among criminals as their BFF.
So Greg, I got to ask you, Sami al-Iran, who pled guilty to conspiracy to provide services to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad back in 26, wife was at the protest here in New York City, according to the Counterterrorism Division.
Columbia.
At Columbia University. His wife was there as one of the leaders and agitators of the movement. So, I mean, this is not rocket science here. A link, her husband was a terrorist, providing information. But the FBI says, Christopher Wray said, they're not monitoring these so-called protests. What are the legal ramifications about that?
Well, you raise an interesting question. You know, this advocacy for Hamas.
Greg, pardon the interruption. Let's go live to William Lajeunesse. He's got some breaking news. He is just behind the police line. William?
Hey, Steve, I don't know if you can see me or not, but you see this line of police right in front of you right here? It looks like they're going to go in. This is a line of cops that are probably about 50 yards wide between Royce Hall and the library here. Just beyond them, you can see the encampment protesters. They have their face shields up. They have plastic shields like this. They also, this isn't your typical Psych 101 student. This is a gas canister for your airway here. So if they use the pepper spray, they use gas. The kids are protected. But anyways, I was just going to say, it looks, we were just told by the sergeant to back off. It appears to be, they all got their zip ties on their waist. You can see that. They got pepper balls in their weapons here. And it appears to me that they're going to go moving on. Now, these protesters, they're going to probably lose emotion before they're going to lose the amount of money backing them up that brought them here.
William,
as we saw all these materials here, you're not, go ahead.
William, I remember the faculty had that big blue sign up on the stairs. They were so proud to be with the students. Are they still there?
It's who's still here?
The faculty.
Oh, well, yeah, on the inside, yeah, there were a number of faculty members with the students.
Holding the blue sign that said, we stand with the students, we're UCLA faculty, because it looks like they've left.
And look at the cops are getting
you know, Brian, from where I'm at, I can't tell. The police have pretty much cordoned off this quad, if you will, or this corridor, this plaza. So I'm limited to only what I can see here.
Sure.
But they've taken down almost all the plywood. They moved the fence. Go ahead.
Sure. So, William, what you're saying is what we've been watching for the last 96 7 minutes has been essentially they had an opening, they took down as much of the plywood and the pallets that they could. They hadn't actually gone inside the encampment. What you're saying is they're about to go into the camp that those people were told to get out of yesterday, right?
That's right. So this was declared unlawful actually 2 days ago, but they made it's probably been an hour since they made entry to a small area into the encampment. We saw probably 2 or 3 dozen individuals arrested and pulled out of there. Well, then about 30 minutes ago, CHP took down all of the fencing and all of the plywood. So now they've lined up, you know, as it is building to building. This is where the encampment was, and I don't know if you can see just beyond this line of police, that's where the protesters are. They've lined up as well, probably 2 or 3 deep, and we have police here 2 or 3 deep right here, and there's going to be a confrontation. It's been a standoff, but it looks to me like they're going to be moving in very, very shortly. But they're moving out all the fencing and all the plywood to give them free access to the encampment.
Real quickly, William, can you describe the outfit that these protesters have on? Because I'm looking at the cops and I'm looking at them with their helmets. The protesters have their helmets. I'm looking at the masks that the cops have. The protesters have their mask as well. I'm looking at the medic sign when you see the red cross on the helmet of a cop. The protesters on their white hat has the cross on theirs for their medic. What are we talking about on the ground there with these protesters being outfitted, apparently prepared for battle?
Well, yeah, they're definitely ready, and you're gonna see this momentarily. These guys going in, but yeah, they're outfitted with their helmets. They got their lights, they got their shields, they have their masks. As I showed you a minute ago, they had some canisters if they brought in tear gas. Here's some one of the pieces of plywood coming down right here, because the cops want to get all this stuff out of the way before they make their move, right? Because you don't know what kind of resistance they're going to get.
Yeah.
I saw probably 3/4 of the protesters I saw over the last few days have been women. So they're going to be overpowered. There's no doubt about it.
Well, look at that.
How much resistance they're going to give?
Yeah, look at that patio on the building. That's where the fighters are. Those are the ones pushing back on the cops, which you've got to be absolutely insane or on something if you think you're going to prevail there. And I hope there's a special category for people that allow themselves to be arrested as opposed to people that fight back and try to engage the cops.
Yeah.
Hey, William, I know that you have a limited view because you're behind the police. You're right behind the police line. And as we look, I think it's Royce Hall, 2 things. One, is there like a PIO, a public information officer with the police who might be able to come on with you in the next couple of minutes just to give us a progress report, maybe have a producer work on that? But the other thing is, what is the liquid they seem to be throwing at the police? Obviously, they've run out of fire extinguishers. Now there's something in buckets.
Bottles.
You know, I don't know. I know I'm looking at plenty of water bottles thrown this way. A lot of nails, plenty of plywood. Hold on. Okay, they're moving us back a little bit, but not too much. We're actually where the original fence line was, if you remember with this situation. Oh, I see. They're just moving out. They want easy access, right? You don't want what kind of resistance they're going to when they back up and trip over this plywood and that kind of thing. So they're clearing that out right now. Again, more canisters are taken out. It's just a matter of time now before they move in and start making more arrests.
Yeah, and as Brian was saying, echoing Commissioner Pat Ryder, that these law enforcement officers have time on their side, and maybe they're even...
Those are the protesters.
Okay, so those are the protesters
running away?
Yeah, they're running away.
Well, because here come the cops, probably.
Yep, and the cops are moving in.
Well, they said that if you don't want to be arrested, they were communicating with each other, don't go in the front, go in the back. And now they're saying, yeah. And now they're saying, okay, let me get out of here. My hope is they get sealed off.
William, we're hearing that noise. It sounds like a helicopter. Is that a drone? Is it a police helicopter, or is it a news helicopter?
Yeah, there's definitely been a police helicopter up. There's been a police helicopter up the entire time we've been here. They've also brought in 2 drones that we've seen periodically to give them obviously eyes in the sky. They want to see what kind of threats they have from these alleyways, these access points between the buildings, but they've sealed those off. And that was the worry when we showed up here several hours ago. There were thousands of students, right, on the perimeter, and they were, in a sense, reinforcement sympathizers to the encampment, and the cops were really worried, right? If they moved in, they were going to be pinched in the middle. Well, the cops were able to come over to the sides and seal those off.
William, we're actually looking at the feed of a helicopter. I don't know what the source of this is right now, but it looks like in the last 90 seconds, all those protesters have been running away, and now we're seeing right there, screen in front of Royce Hall, the reason they were running is here comes the cavalry.
Well, Steve, just to piggyback off the cops are now inside of the encampment. They were outside. Now they have made themselves inside of the encampment.
And William, let's speak to that. That was the access point where the people in the encampment would go in and out. You got to use the bathroom, go in there. You got to get something to eat, you go in there. Well, now the cops are in there.
Well, it does make sense, right? So you can see there they've lined up opposite this line. So if you don't want to be arrested, you better run. But if you want to be arrested, they're there by choice, right? These students have had choices all week long to get out. If they're here, they want to be here.
Yeah, I wonder if they're still getting paid. William, is it possible to get out, not only to get out of the away from the cops, but can you get out the back and get away scot-free?
Brian, so there are access points, and there's one that I know has been controlled by the sympathizers, if you will, or the encampment people themselves, that they pushed us away. We thought we could get in that way. They didn't. So you're right. Near Royce Hall, between another building, there's a point where they could, in a sense, escape, if you will, and avoid arrest. Now, whether the cops have plugged that hole, I'm not sure from where I am now. But that was an area that if you wanted to get out, you could get out.
Probably intentional.
But the doors coming from the library and from Royce Hall, those have been barricaded from this side to keep the cops and anyone else out. So right now, as far as I know, there's only one way out.
And look at what they did. I mean, this looks like a beautiful college building, Royce Hall, and they've spray painted it with bright green spray paint. It's vandalism, free Palestine, free Gaza, and black spray paint. So that's not free speech.
I saw some
that's
messages
straight
for
up
Joe Biden a little while.
Yeah, I saw that too. Not such a nice word in front of Joe Biden's name. Do we still have Commissioner Pat Ryder? Because I was wondering, Commissioner Ryder, I have a question for you. If you could just respond to this, what appears to be escalation, now that the police are in the encampment, how long is it going to take, do you think, to clear them all out, all these protesters out?
It'll take as long as it's necessary. They will, again, methodically move through this crowd. What they've done is they've circled around them now. And the question that was asked a moment ago, is there always an exit? There's always an exit, right? You don't want a crowd to not have the ability to feel like it's trapped down. So you'll let them still funnel out and go, right? It's not about making the arrest. We can make them home later, but it's about getting control of that environment. What they've done now is they've circled around. They've taken that high point where the protesters had before. You saw them push through. But if you look at the violence that's coming back, they were throwing sheets of fire. Right? So, again, these cops are moving in very slow, methodically. They're taking control. And these young kids that are standing there with their masks, their helmets, and standing like they're tough guys in front of the cops, they'll all be crying after they're put in handcuffs and dragged into a cell.
I mean, they gave them every opportunity to give themselves up.
Yeah.
Okay, so now they're inside of the encampment. You see all the tents, which is a different angle than we started with. They took all the wall that they created down. At this point, this is detaining these guys, right? These guys and gals. You can't no longer leave at this point. Now you're going to be detained, right?
Absolutely, and that's what they're doing. They said, okay, enough's enough. You're giving you enough options. Those who chose to stay are going to stay. They're going to get arrested. So now they're taking up all points around, and they will start to take them one at a time, nice and slow, and arrest them. And if there's pushback, that's when we push back.
And what we're seeing right now, these people, men and women, know they're about to be arrested because they have linked arms. But you're absolutely right, Commissioner, and Brian mentioned this a little while ago. In addition to the vegan and gluten-free food they were asking for, They've got gas masks, they've got goggles, they've got gloves, they've got knee pads, they've got skater helmets, they've got shields. And according to one of our producers, the protesters have been chanting to the cops. We're wondering what they're saying to the cops. Well, these are some of the things that have been said. You don't scare us. We're not leaving. They're telling the students to hold the line. And the other thing is, apparently, some of the protesters have been calling the cops KKK. If you're one of those cops and a kid is spitting in your face calling you KKK, what goes through your head?
Well, there's a difference on how you feel and how you act, right? Well, I know what the emotions are inside every one of these cops because I've been on that front line. But I will tell you this, the professionalism takes over. But these kids, they know there's no penalty. You heard Bruce Blakeman go all the way to Albany screaming and yelling about bail reform. If there is no penalty,
they don't care.
Why not hold the line? Let's see where we go.
You know,
right,
Commissioner, we're looking at another view of the camera, and they're going through those tents. Tell me what the cops are doing right now as they try to maintain control, but it looks like they're tearing the tents down as well.
And they also act as weapons. So you try to remove that. Any peaceful protest, we always allow signs, but we don't allow you to put a stick on a sign because the stick becomes the weapon. So in this type of situation, those tents break up, become metal pipes that they start throwing at the cops. Which you saw them doing it just moments ago when they were taking over that top level of the school.
So, Commissioner, just let me ask you, we'll have to go to one of our reporters, but tactically, what's taking place now? They've encircled everyone. They've gotten to the high points. They've sealed off the building. What would you be telling your guys to do next?
Control, maintain discipline. We're going to move in, and we're going to stay exactly how we train. We're not going to go outside the box unless we have to.
So inch forward,
what they're doing.
Inch forward, start zip tying them, because if they're there, they're going to get arrested, right?
100%. You got plenty of zip ties. They'll get new bracelets for Christmas. Yeah. Take them out.
Okay. Yeah, that's
all right. Commissioner, stand by.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Let's go back to Jonathan Hunt. He's in Los Angeles right now. Jonathan, finally, you know, the cops about 2 hours ago started to move in, and they started to arrest people. I would imagine on social media, some of the people who have been arrested have already started posting about, you know, the cops came in, what happened to my First Amendment rights, but they do not apply because the administration declared this encampment illegal. And so that gave the police the opportunity to be invited in, which they were, and now we're seeing exactly what the administration is asking the cops to do.
Yeah, and this ceased to be a decision-making of UCLA once the law enforcement agencies were on scene, and once they declared this, that there was a dispersal order. Once you refuse a dispersal order from the police, it is up to the police when they then act on it. As you watch them there, just push back the lines of protesters who are pushing against them. But this really is, it's quickly becoming a mop-up operation here. There is still obviously some resistance, but it's not going to last long, frankly. They will have these wrapped up in pretty short order. We've seen this. It took a long time for it to happen, but once it started to happen, this has been a very efficient operation led by officers with the California Highway Patrol. And they'll have this wrapped up, I would suggest, within an hour or so. They'll have all of those protesters out of there.
If you could stand by, we're getting reaction from the former president. This is what he just put on Truth Social. This is a radical left revolution taking place in our country. Where is crooked Joe Biden? Where is Governor Newsom? The danger to our country is from the left, not from the right.
Those are all valid questions. Where is leadership, Jonathan? That's something that we've been talking about for the past 24 hours and beyond, now that this protest is day 2. Yesterday, you could call it a riot between pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian protesters. And I think that there are still really major questions, Jonathan, as to why the encampment was allowed to stay there. After that riot took place, up to 25 students got injured, and the directive never came down to police officers to clear the encampment, and now we're seeing the results. Where is the leadership here?
Yeah, I think there's a question, obviously, a lot of questions to be asked about the leadership of UCLA. There's also questions, frankly, to be asked about the actions of law enforcement and why they didn't act quicker. That is a public university, after all. The law enforcement agencies, given what we were witnessing there, on what is a public space, could have moved in when they wanted to. In effect, if that had been happening in a street just a couple of hundred yards to the west or east in the residential neighborhood in which UCLA sits, law enforcement would have been there very quickly. So there's a lot of questions to be asked about a lot of the decisions that have been made. But the culmination of all of that slow decision making, and many people would say incorrect decision-making, is we have seen these scenes this morning where ultimately law enforcement has had to go in with overwhelming force to remove that encampment and to remove the hundreds of protesters, as it turns out, who were behind that wall that they had built in the center of UCLA there. But now we are getting to the point where the last few stragglers will be dragged out of there. They'll be zip-tied, put on buses, they'll all be taken downtown, and they'll be charged. But so this is coming to an end. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of talk now about the decisions that went into this from UCLA and law enforcement.
About how many students are still, or protesters, we don't know if they're students still, are still left on campus right here that are holding the line still?
Yeah, I haven't seen an aerial picture, so it's hard to tell. I would say it's in the region of 100 from what we've been able to tell. William may have a better idea. Yeah, it's still a lot, but they don't appear to be, the police officers, as I was saying earlier, seem a lot more relaxed than they were just half an hour or so ago. They're still pulling them out of there, but it's a scene that they can wrap up relatively quickly.
Jonathan, stay with us. We want to bring in Democratic Congressman, Ivy League alumni, Congressman Josh Gottheimer right now. Congressman, I know you've been seeing what's going to be going on, and you've been noticing what's been happening on college campuses over the last 6 or 7 weeks. Your thoughts about this takedown in UCLA?
Well, I think number one priority for everyone should be to make sure that law enforcement and the students are safe. And that's the key to me, to make sure everyone is safe on campus, and also to make sure our campuses can, for all the students who are not participating in this, to make sure it's safe, not just for them, but also they can go to class, they can graduate, they can go to the library.
They're off today. From what you're seeing now, though, from what you're seeing now, are you outraged that any type of major university would allow this to get to that point?
Well, I mean, I was at Columbia a week ago. I've been watching what's going on at all these universities. I think, of course, we should all be outraged about what's going on and deeply concerned. I mean, and I think it's why we fought so hard, and we're proud of yesterday passing key bipartisan legislation clearly defining anti-Semitism, ensuring that you can't have anyone on campus feel like they are not welcome there, and being harassed and intimidated. And I think that's a critical part of this. But at the end of the day, there is a way to have civil discourse on campus and debate issues. This is clearly not the way to do that.
And I'm glad you mentioned that you are the co-sponsor of the anti-Semitism bill, which passed in the House yesterday. It's got an uncertain future in the Senate as it progresses. But, you know, as you look at, we know that, I know whose side you're on. You know whose side we're on when it comes to these protesters and the anti-Semitism that is sweeping the nation. But, you know, there's a large group of House Democrats who don't see the protest as anti-Semitic, and some of your younger, more progressive Democratic colleagues actually back the protest. When they attack the cops, it's hard to do that.
Well, obviously, no one should attack law enforcement, and we can't stand idly by. And what we're seeing, these images are deeply disturbing, you know. And as it was deeply disturbing, and I've seen, you know, videos, I'm sure you have, people calling for the deaths of Jews and screaming, supporting Hamas. We're all Hamas. All of that is something that I just can't believe is happening on our college campuses. So there were people yesterday, by the way, that it lost to people, Democrats and Republicans, who I was shocked voted against the anti-Semitism bill yesterday. The bottom line is,
why did they do that, Scott? Why did they do that?
Like Nadler?
Why did they vote against it?
You know, there were questions about commas and definitions, and I don't think that there was any question about that legislation of what it meant, which was that we should of course be able to criticize. You should of course protect free speech in this great country, but there's a huge difference between harassing and intimidating and discrimination, which shouldn't be allowed on our college campuses against anyone. And I think and hate shouldn't be allowed on our college campuses. There's a difference again between civil discourse and debate, which we should encourage on our college campuses, even when we don't agree, and what you're seeing now going on.
So, Congressman, I have to ask you guys just accomplished bipartisan legislation.
Good job.
And we're watching, not just here at UCLA, but scenes like this happening on college campuses all across the country. You got our Jewish brothers and sisters that feel like they're under attack. You got the FBI saying that 60% of the hate crimes are against that community. Don't you think it's time that we hear from President Biden an address to the country? You have the FBI, the NYPD counterterrorism said that our students are being radicalized by outside factors. Why haven't we heard from our commander-in-chief on this matter?
Well, I believe the president is speaking this coming week. He's going to the Holocaust Museum. By the way, where I was last night, we led a group of tour with Democrats and Republicans, which I think punctuated the importance of the legislation yesterday. So I think the White House has been pretty clear, and the president has been pretty clear about his outrage here.
But not a statement, Congressman. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Congressman. May 7th? But what about not just something that is on a sheet of paper and through his aides, but addressing the country right now? I mean, we can't wait until, that event. We have outrage happening right now.
Listen, he's obviously, I believe, going to have a very important speech this coming week. And I expect that, given what's going on, you'll hear from him even sooner. And I think we need to hear from every leader in our country right now about standing up to discrimination, to make it very clear that this is not acceptable. And there's a way to disagree.
Should you say that to the squad? Should you say that to the squad privately, that you're on the wrong side of this and it's not it's against Jews and against Americans?
Well, I've not been private. I've been pretty public about my outrage overall and my deep concern about what's going on, not just on college campuses, but overall the way people are talking about, frankly, hate toward anyone. Sure. And I think, again, that should be our message, that discrimination on college campuses is unacceptable. Hate of this kind and targeted hate's unacceptable. And that, again, there is a way to disagree on college campuses and debate issues. This is not how you handle things. You don't scream and harass and punch other kids and scream for Zionists to die. That is not the way we should handle it in this country and on college campuses.
Scott, you were talking about leaders. We did hear from former President Trump. He just had a Truth Social post about it. Also, we heard from Speaker Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House. A couple of days ago, he announced a house-wide investigation into anti-Semitism on campus, and he was surrounded at that press event by Republicans. Will there be Democrats like you who would also join the Speaker on the investigation into anti-Semitism at places like UCLA and your alma mater, Harvard and UPenn?
I've been looking at this for months, actually speaking on this for years. I've made it clear to the Speaker that what he's doing, this initiative here, is important. You heard from our leader, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, speak out clearly against what's going on. He did it yesterday again, against what's going on college campuses and against anti-Semitism. He's been very clear. The leadership in our party yesterday came out strong supporting the legislation. So I don't think there's any daylight here between my views and our leadership's views on what we need to do. Congressman, and I think this should again be bipartisan. There should be nothing partisan about standing up to anti-Semitism.
That is true, and you've been in the lead, and you deserve tremendous credit for that, but that comes instinctively for you. Which surprised me, and you know him better, is Chuck Schumer, the highest ranking Jewish American in the history of our country, has said one thing when Columbia when they took over the building, but for the most part, you can't hear a word. You don't hear a word from him. This guy never saw a camera he didn't like. He talks about energy drinks nonstop or stopping Zinn, but we can't get him to speak up against anti-Semitism consistently and take the lead. That has to disappoint you.
Well, listen, I hope we hear more today and in the coming days from Leader Schumer. But again, I think we need to hear from everyone, right? I don't think there should be anybody who sits this one out. They've got to make it clear that we want our students to be safe. We want our campuses to be safe. We want our law enforcement to be safe. And we also want our schools free from discrimination, hate, and anti-Semitism. I think that's got to be the message, right? Again, you can protest. That's something that we've got a great history of in our country, even when we don't agree with each other, right? That's part of our freedoms that we have. But there's a way to do that. And right now, what you're seeing on some of these campuses is exactly the opposite of the way to do that. And other students, I spoke to Jewish students at Columbia, they don't feel safe, right? They're being harassed and discriminated against. And I want all students, whether you're Jewish or not, to be able to go to class, be able to study for exams, right? To be able to get an education and to be able to debate the way they should debate. And right now, all students in a lot of these campuses don't feel safe. And that's a huge problem for me and a huge concern.
It is indeed. All right. He is the co-sponsor of the anti-Semitism bill. He is Scott Gottheimer, Democrat from New Jersey. Josh Gottheimer. He is my congressman for my district, and we thank him very much for coming on.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
If you're just now joining the program, top of the hour, 3 minutes past 8 o'clock right now, we're looking at chaos on campus at UCLA right now. Pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas protesters are starting to run away from the encampments as the police make their way over to them. We're looking about probably 2 hours plus of coverage. Police and riot gear have destroyed the makeshift barriers, blocking them from entering.
Officers using rubber bullets, lobbing flashbangs as the mob turns violent in some sections.
Yeah, let's bring in William Longinus, who is live at UCLA. William, you have been with us all morning long. What are you seeing unfold right now?
Okay, well, what's happened is the police have moved this line, just peeling back layer by layer. They took down the plywood, they took down the fences, they've moved forward. Now you can see they're probably about 40 yards away. They had allowed us to be right on top of them a minute ago, but they continue to move. They make these arrests. Now, the protesters have locked arms. Literally, you can see those white helmets. Those are all protesters. And they've been arresting them periodically, taking them away one by one by one. Some have made it really difficult, right? And others have not. Thank you. All right, they're trying to move us around here.
This is a fluid situation.
Anyway, go ahead.
As William, we know this is a fluid situation when you're covering these protests. You want to document it for us, but sometimes the police move the line back and you're adjusting there. So when you have more information, get it to a secure place, let us know. But just to bring it back here to the desk, guys, 2+ hours of this going on, of the cops trying to make their way in, and still no statement from the President of the United States. The insurance policy for the Democratic Party, Gavin Newsom, no statement from him. Karen Bass, the mayor, we don't know yet if she's back in town yet, but we haven't heard a statement from her as well. You would think when chaos and violence against the cops in the community here, in the Jewish community, that we would hear something.
Yeah, this is an opportunity if you are a leader, like the governor of Maryland who stepped up when that bridge was wrecked. Yeah. He stepped up and he says, listen, I don't care, Democrat or Republican, talking to everybody out there. And this is an opportunity. If you are a leader and you want that job, you don't do it for the money, you do it for moments like this. You think you're the right person at the right time. And right now, your leadership ability tells you, why don't I just stay silent? When you knew 8 o'clock local time, an ultimatum was given to those protesters to get out, take down the encampment, or we're coming in. 3 hours later, they go in, and we don't hear anything, but we see the state police there that wouldn't be there without Gavin Newsom saying
LA
it.
As well. And to that point, Brian, he put him in a dangerous situation. I mean, we're on the 3rd hour of this, and they were just about 30 minutes ago able to get into the encampment. They had to go through all these barriers because every sitting minute they allowed this chaos to happen on the campus was another barrier that they had to break through.
Yeah, and you just have to think about what's going on with the mind of the police officers right now, who have, by the way, been standing there for hours and hours. We originally heard that police were going to break up this encampment at 3 a.m. Eastern time, so midnight. West Coast time, and it didn't happen until the start of our show 6 hours later. So there was definitely a time lapse there. Still unclear as to why, but I'm sure that these police officers are a mix of tired with a lot of adrenaline running through them, hoping that everything remains safe. So far, we haven't seen anybody with injuries. That's their absolute goal, to make sure that every protester stays as safe as possible. But it's a dangerous situation, and you can credit, if you want to call it credit, the leadership at the college for allowing this to take place.
Yeah, they let it run away. You know, they brought this on. So if you're just tuning in, what happened is you can see the police in the foreground. That spot of green grass, that was part of the encampment a little while ago, but as you can see, it has moved back. And the protesters, the anti-Israeli protesters, are linking arms. Jonathan Hunt joins us right now from L.A. Jonathan, one of the things about the protesters, we've seen this with protesters coast to coast, all the campuses. A lot of them are wearing masks for a variety of reasons, because a lot of them probably don't go to the school. And we know that for sure at Columbia and other places. But what's interesting is they knew that something was coming, because these people, a lot of protesters, are wearing gas masks. And essentially, they're waiting for the cops to tear gas them. They would love to get tear gas, because then they'd have a better story.
Yeah, they've been very well equipped on every level. They've been able to equip themselves in that fashion because they've had a week to do so. They started this encampment last Thursday, so it's been literally 1 week that they've been bringing in supplies day after day after day, preparing for what they knew ultimately was inevitable, that they would be forced off the campus. So they've been preparing for this. They brought in all the gear that they've needed. And now what you're looking at is the final. I mean, we're estimating 100 or so, maybe a few more than that, who are performing, in essence, final stand here. The police seem to be holding off a little bit with this final group, perhaps just regathering their resources as well, because obviously this is a hardcore that will refuse to go easily, so they've got to move in. That looks like we've got simply a shift change there as those CHP members move out, and others will come in to replace them, because they have been on the ground now there for a very long time, those officers. They were standing there waiting for the orders to go in for many more hours than we thought they would be. Eventually went in just around 2 a.m. here. That was 5 a.m. East Coast time, 3 hours or so after we thought they initially would. But it looks like they will wrap it up fairly soon. That is the hardcore you're looking at there. But as you can see, the officers are moving them. It's a pincer movement. They're moving them out in the directions they want them to go. This will be over soon, Lawrence.
Jonathan, it looks like they're shifting. And if you're just now joining the program, the cops here on the ground have used multiple tactics. They've used non-lethal pellet bullets, rubber bullets, They used pepper spray pellets, smoke to try to fight their vision. But the protesters, Jonathan, have also used the same. Bear spray, fire extinguishers. They've thrown things in bottles at the cops. Talk about what you've been able to see on the ground.
Yeah, for the first hour or so, it was quite an exchange that we were witnessing. The police officers were firing flashbangs, the canisters that explode in the air, disorient the protesters underneath them. We also saw them with their rifles that fire rubber bullets drawn. I did not see any of those actually fired. We can't confirm that for sure, but that would be in this situation pretty much a last resort. But they were met with a barrage of smoke from fire extinguishers, pepper spray that we know the pro-Palestinian protesters have been stockpiling there as well. And it was a violent confrontation for the first hour or so now. Since then, we have seen it calm down as the police officers basically round up this last cadre of protesters.
Right. I guess whoever wants to get arrested is going to get arrested, and they're not going to chase them down. Thanks so much, Jonathan. Sure. Let's go to...
Let's bring in Eliana Jolkowski, who is a UCLA medical student, a third-year UCLA medical student. And Eliana, you describe yourself as a Jewish Asian American, so this hits close to home for you. Yeah, take it away. Tell us your reaction to this chaos that's unfolding on your campus.
Yeah, I'm a proud Asian American Jewish woman and a third-year med student and a firm Zionist, and what is happening on my campus is absolute insanity and chaos, and I don't know how the school has let it come to this point. Yeah. Law enforcement should have came on day one, because on day one, these protesters were chanting for an intifada, which means violence against Jews. And, you know, this isn't about free speech. Free speech, they can call for a ceasefire. That's free speech. They can ask the school to divest from Israeli companies. That's free speech. They're calling for an intifada, death to Zionists, aka death to me, and a lot of other Jewish students that far across the line. So the school waited until there was absolute mayhem and riots to send in law enforcement.
Indeed, and Ileana, that's one of the reasons why you say your parents are worried, a lot of your friends are checking on you, you're scared for your physical safety. I know one of your friends, one of the protesters pushed her off a ledge. She almost was really hurt. People have been assaulted, so it's not like that it has been peaceful up till now. That is not true. But I want you to speak a little bit about the impact of social media in the whole thing, because there's a lot of propaganda, you say, that is being spread. Explain what you're reading on social media and how the protesters have been putting out stuff that just is not true.
There's a lot of propaganda on social media. TikTok has been a major brainwashing machine in this pro-Palestinian movement, especially. I've also been seeing it on Instagram, people saying that Zionists are racist, white supremacists, baby killers. They're calling me a white colonizer. I'm, you know, Asian American Jew, and so this is truly a cult mentality. And a lot of students are sharing really, you know, just false information on social media, and it's spreading like wildfire.
Well, when you look at what's happening at the campus right now, do you have a sense of how many of these are students, how many are outsiders? And they do seem pretty organized. They actually know what they're doing. They seem to have gone through this. There's different layers. They obviously have the equipment. Do you get the sense of how many are actually students?
I have a sense that a lot of these people are not students. I saw 3 buses on the first day of the encampment. I don't know where they came from, but I checked out the encampment myself, and a lot of these people looked like, some of them looked like they were in their 40s or 30s. These aren't all students.
Eliana, quickly before we let you go, if this continues, will you stay at UCLA?
Well, I'm not going to let these hateful anti-Semites push me out of school, because that's what they want. They want all the Zionists to leave, but I stand proud and tall in my Zionism, which means that I believe that Israel has the right to exist. And in America, we should be allowed to think whatever we want without being bullied or harassed. So, no, I'm not going to cave in to their harassment. I think UCLA needs to really step up and keep their Jewish students safe, because this was a total disaster, and you know, it resulted in physical and emotional trauma for Jewish students.
Yeah, Ilana, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm just looking at these. They look so organized. They're actually linked arms. They got their masks. They got their glasses. Why are they allowed to keep those masks and glasses, by the way? If there is something in the air, it's their fault. Their people shot it up in the air. So why are they allowed to do that? I guess they're going to arrest them one by one. You can't let them sit there.
Brian, if you look closely, and I don't know if we can zoom in, but look at the cops right here. Do you see that white substance that's all over them? Yeah. Okay. That is the fire extinguisher that they were blowing on them as they had to go through them. We're way past protests. Yeah. This has become assault on cops, resisting arrest, and of course the failure to disperse.
Eliana, thank you so much for joining us.
Look at her. She's been in the front the whole time. Why is she not in jail?
Let's listen for a minute and see if we can tell chanting.
all units 7847 responding call 3 from research station to 1806.
We have a reporter on the ground, William Longinus, who's live at UCLA. And William, what are they saying? What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Well, what I'm seeing is this is the remnants of the encampment. Now, the police, as you saw, had kind of a pincher movement, right? Yep. And they literally corralled the protesters like sheep and started moving them through the library, through a door in the library, making the arrest a lot easier, like funneling them into this area. But this is what the encampment looks like.
You're inside the camp,
you know, what's left
the illegal
of it.
camp.
I'm inside the camp, that's right, and you can see here's what's left of the tents right over here. Most of them have been taken down by police as they came through, but they literally kind of moved and they peeled off these layers and layers of protesters and took them off one by one, and then they corralled a lot of them into the library. So I'll come up here. I got a light in here.
These aren't cheap
as well. What's that?
These aren't cheap tents. I mean, these are industrial type of tents.
Yeah, you know, I did stories about, you know, there's so much money behind this. You're just looking at a tip of the iceberg.
That's right.
That kept these protests alive, you know, across the country.
William,
and,
can you
that
go
money
over?
Isn't going away.
Right. Tell us the program. You did a great piece on all the funding, the Rockefellers, the Ford Foundation, the different groups that funded all this. Could you talk about it?
So we started raising money for the Center for Justice and Palestine Committee, the U.S. Committee for Palestine, these kind of things. And what you find is layer and layer upon foundations, shell companies, very difficult to trace because unlike a 501c3 where there is a paper trail to be able to see where the money came from, where it goes, that doesn't exist. There's dark money around here. There's 50, 60, 70 foundations that give money to the Tides Foundation. I don't want to get too deep into this.
That's
but anyways,
Soros.
then they filter out. $500,000 over the last 3 years to some of these foundations that funnel money out to groups like this. But anyways, go ahead.
I was going to say, you were starting to show us what's on the ground. We'll be able to see what these people were doing over the last couple of weeks in there.
Yeah, we'll be able to see some of it. You know, is that just apple juice or I'm not sure. These are the tents, things like that that they've done right now. You can see they've pushed most of the protesters there. The police have moved the line here. For the most part, they're just sprinkled throughout here now. But the protesters, you can see over here, with the white helmets, those are the protesters who've been corralled up against that wall. You can see the Palestinian flag in the background. You can see the police in the foreground. I think they're just still making an arrest one by one, but they pushed all of them out of this encampment over there. They're up against the wall, and they're in a relatively controlled situation. But I'll tell you, they melted pretty easy. And the cops are big. They got their vests on. They know what they're doing. And even though these guys are there with shields and things like this and helmets and their gas masks, boom, they were gone. It was just a matter of seconds. They're just taken away like that.
They're still locked in arms. They're still resisting. They still aren't surrendering to the cops, even though they have them essentially surrounded.
Yeah, they are definitely surrounded at this point in time. And we're just, you can see the line of cops right along here. Just beyond them, you can see those in the white helmets. Those are what's left of the protesters. But they came through here. And like I said, there were witnesses told me there were between up to 400 people inside here. They've taken away an innumerable number that we've seen arrested. I can't even. It's going to be over 100 for sure.
Yeah, take the mask down. We want to see all their
still
faces.
making arrests.
Getting the job.
Yeah, and William, stay away from that jar with the yellow stuff in it. Go ahead and continue to gather more information. Join us here in New York is Carrie Urban, Fox News legal editor, used to be at the Department of Justice. Carrie, just talking a little bit about the money. You know, people over the last week or two have been saying, where's the money come from? This would seem like something that the Department of Justice or the FBI, and KJP kind of alluded to this yesterday, it seems like something they should be looking into, because it's not just, it's not a peaceful protest. There is an apparent conspiracy across the country at these campuses to spread this anti-Semitism, which is illegal.
Oh, for sure. And the Department of Justice and the FBI can look into it. I know that they can, because when I was at DOJ during the summer of 2020, post George Floyd, that's exactly what we did. We were looking to see where that money was coming from. Was it traceable to, say, Antifa? And that's, one of the ways you hunt this down. You look to see where are they getting these gas masks? It's not like they're picking them up from 7-Eleven, It's someone who's buying the tents, and it's certainly something that the department and the FBI can do, and I hope they are doing right now.
When you look at what these people are going to be charged with, if you go by New York, not much. They said of the Columbia, about 170 of those 300 people are getting summonses. That 100 are either desk appearance tickets or the cases they're going to run through the system. Out of the 280 arrested, nobody is going to jail. So what is going to be the lesson there? They're as light on crime as New York. So were they going to go on the bus? They're going to get fingerprinted? They're going to be let out? Are they going to get a parking ticket?
They shouldn't be. I mean, there are a number of laws. Just looking at this tape right now, I can see that being potentially broken. Trespassing, vandalism, resisting arrest. There are a number of things. Destruction of property.
Ana L. Castillo Hernandez or Marcus D. Richardson, 4517 West 16th Place, apartment at 5.
Also, watch 2 is down.
Watch 3 can turn out station.
2040 Roger.
Again. And I know that there is a level of free speech that comes into play here, but do you think that the DOJ, given the gravity of what's going on these college campuses across the country and how those chants could actually incite violence, that there are eyes on these people investigating, looking into who they are?
Yes, because there's a difference between saying death to America and you're just gathered somewhere saying that versus you have weapons or you're committing crimes as you're doing that. It opens the door for the department and the FBI to get involved in a much more easy, clean way than they could otherwise.
So Mayor Adams yesterday said there's people in a coordinated event corrupting the minds of this next generation of Americans. This is anti-American behavior, but there's insidious forces behind it. Democrat. I mean, this is something Democrats and Republicans should be on the same page as. However, Democrats are so concerned about November losing the Jewish vote and losing the Muslim vote and the Palestinian vote. They're thinking more Dearborn than they're thinking more about us. Speaker McCarthy just wrote me, too, and said people need to thank the police for their professionalism. They've been unbelievable. I think we all agree on that. They've been doing an amazing job. Yeah. Make the people who fund these groups pay for this cleanup.
Yeah, who's going to clean all of this up? That's another question.
I was talking to one of the superintendents at Columbia yesterday, and he told me that he can't send his guys in there, so they had to hire an outside company to go clean the building. This situation is way larger, so I can only imagine how much money it's going to take. Who's going to pay for them to clean this?
The tuition money from UCLA, probably.
Yeah,
hey, Carrie,
not that much.
Carrie, we a little while ago were talking to a medical student by the name of Eliana. She's had friends who were attacked, and you know, she has lived in fear over the last period of time. But she was talking about the toxic relationship with social media. Social media has had so much disinformation out there. We're back in an election year. Back in 2020, you remember this. The Department of Justice, the FBI, there was content moderation where suggestions were made to different social media companies. We're now in another election season. It's pretty much hands off. There's no more content moderation. And that's one of the, from the Department of Justice, because they don't want to appear to have their finger on the scale. That's one of the problems now. There's no referee on what is true and what is not.
Meta has dialed down all political speech.
TikTok, she was citing TikTok.
Yeah, and look, the owners of these companies could really step up, just like the leaders of these schools should step up right now, and they can say, look, you can say what you'd like to say, but we're not calling for the extermination of Jews. We're not calling for Intifada. We're not doing all these things.
There should be a red line.
Right, and there can be, and an easy one. Given what happened on October 7th, I mean, anyone who's read those accounts or watched those videos, what they did to women alone is so appalling, and the fact that you see hundreds of students across the country protesting in support of this rape and the violence is unbelievable to me, just as an American, as a human being.
There's the legal aspect of taking care of this, but some of these kids, where are the parents? I mean, I covered Freddie Gray when that mom saw her son on TV protesting out of control, throwing stuff at cops, and she left her house and grabbed him by the neck and brought him home. Where's the leadership in the household that are just watching our kids become radicalized, say things that are anti-American, post other flags that aren't the American flag, say that our cops are part of the KKK? There's a role of the parents here too, right?
Yeah, and I would also say that these students at their core are operating in an incredibly selfish way. Think about the resources they're pulling away from Los Angeles right now with these police. All of these police that have to be here, and they're not taking care of, you know, emergencies that are happening across town, and this is happening across the country, putting these officers' lives in danger. It's remarkable. If you think about the self-centered nature, actually, of these protests, it's quite something.
Carrie, here's something. Where are you going today? You're going to cover the Trump trial, right? So guess what? Alvin Bragg is going to be sitting in that courtroom all day. Do you know there's massive unrest, anti-Semitism running rampant at City College, at Columbia, at NYU, at FIT? Those are just off the top, and now Fordham. You would think that the resources we're putting into trying a former president over 2009 incident that was brought about 2016 election, now we're in 2024. Think about the money, time, and effort on that as opposed to where it belongs.
Yep, and all to in an attempt to put the former president in jail for classifying something as a legal expense that many people could argue is a legal expense, considering it was compensation for an NDA.
Let's bring in Jonathan Hunt, Carrie, stand by, who's been following this with us all morning long. And Jonathan, we're seeing on our screen some sorry-looking protesters getting taken away by police who appear to have this situation under control right now.
Yeah, they're very much under control right now, and you really are looking at the last few of those pro-Palestinian protesters who've been there for a week now on the campus of UCLA being taken away. This looks like it'll be wrapped up in terms of putting them in buses. They'll be wrapped up within a few minutes. And it's interesting that they are doing that right in front of the media. They are putting them in the zip ties and taking their masks off as they face the cameras. And yeah, I think it is fair to say that those many of those protesters, if not the vast majority of them, are very proud of what they believe they have achieved over the past 7 days. at the very least, they have given Hamas, with sympathize, a huge propaganda victory.
Yeah, it's incredible what's going on right now, and you don't hear anything from Southern California leaders at all. You don't see anybody down there. You see cops doing the dirty work, and their job was made so much harder because they waited so long, Jonathan, and it's just brilliant. I tell you, the LAPD has a reason to feel proud today, along with coordination from the state police. They did not let the emotions get the best of them. They were getting fire extinguishers in their face, flashbangs. They were getting those strobe lights, stopping them, and then nothing would do it. They kept their formation. They kept their discipline. And right now, I'm sure they want to just like wrap one of these guys right in the head. Most of them.
It took a long time for them to get moving, Brian, but certainly once they did, this was a very textbook operation. And it was led, I should point out, it wasn't actually led by the LAPD. It was led, and the officers you're seeing here are California Highway Patrol, who are at the forefront of this, the ones actually moving in, making the arrests. It was and you're right, they showed extraordinary restraint. There was no, as far as we're aware, no tear gas was fired at any point, not deployed at a single occasion. What we saw being fired were flashbangs simply to disorient the protesters, and the rifles containing rubber bullets were pointed, but again, as far as we are aware, never actually fired. So this was a very, very restrained but effective operation led by the California Highway Patrol.
Jonathan, stand by as you look at these protesters, smiles on their face as the police are now showing who they really are. Let's bring in the senator from Arkansas, Senator Tom Cotton. Senator, we're glad to have you on this morning. We still haven't heard from the President of the United States, the Governor Gavin Newsom, or the Mayor Karen Bass. But thank God for law enforcement that was able to get this done. What is your reaction to these developments that we've been covering all morning?
Well, I commend the peace officers who were able to break up this little Gaza on UCLA's campus, but it's way too late. They should have been allowed to do this from the very beginning. But you have liberal college administrators and liberal politicians like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden who are afraid of offending the anti-Semitic wing of the Democratic Party. None of these little Gazas should have been allowed to remain. They are disgusting cesspools of anti-Semitic hate, full of pro-Hamas sympathizers, fanatics, and freaks that have been assaulting Jewish students around the country, have been blocking their paths going to classrooms, that have been telling them to go back to their real home, painting swastikas on campuses. It has no place in America, and it's the fault of liberal college administrators and liberal politicians that it was tolerated for this long in the first place.
Senator, what's your reaction to what took place on several college campuses where the American flag was taken down and replaced by the Palestinian flag? I mean, what kind of message does that send to Hamas and to our greatest adversary, Iran?
Reporting it as
well, it's a revolting display of anti-Americanism. I mean, we know what kind of message it sends because Hamas and the Ayatollahs in Iran have been celebrating these fanatics that have built little Gazas all around America's campuses. Well, Joe Biden remains silent. Well, he doesn't take action. Not only has he refused to speak out in an unequivocal way, where's the Department of State revoking visas for foreigners who are in little Gazas? Or the Department of Homeland Security deporting them, Department of Justice and the Department of Education investigating why Jewish civil rights are being violated without any recourse by these college administrators, or where the funding for little Gazas are coming from. These aren't people out there living under tarps. They've got pup tents that cost hundreds of dollars. These are all questions that Joe Biden could have been tackling over the last several weeks. He's been totally silent, paralyzed by indecision because he's afraid of the anti-Semitic wing of his own party.
He is, and guess what? He wants to talk about abortion. That's what I'm looking at his Twitter feed. That's all. That's all they got. The Roe v. Wade. But a couple of things. You realize that, unlike Columbia, they said if you stayed in that encampment, you're suspended from school. UCLA says we're going to look at your situation, so there's going to be no ramifications for this. But Senator, very few people have more global perspective, better global perspective than you. They are celebrating this in Iran. They are celebrating this in Gaza. This fortifies Hamas's position against any type of hostage swap. Hezbollah is high-fiving. How much more difficult is the Israeli situation right now, and how much more jet fuel does all those governments now have because of what these college students and their infiltrators have done in 20 states across our country?
Of course, they're celebrating the real Gazas on American campuses in the real Gaza and in Iran, because they know it's putting political pressure on Joe Biden to put more pressure on Israel. This is straight out of Hamas's game plan or Iran's game plan, is to use international political pressure, to include political pressure from the Democratic Party in America, to constrain Israel, to limit its freedom of action in its righteous war of survival. Look, if Joe Biden hadn't spent the last 6 months nitpicking against Benjamin Netanyahu, telling him he can't do this, that, or the other thing, expressing how terrible it is that Israeli actions occasionally result in civilian casualties because Hamas uses civilians as human shields, then this war may have already been over, which of course is what every Israeli would like. They would like the war to be over. They would like to have Hamas destroyed and be safe and secure. But because Joe Biden has been nitpicking at Israel for 6 or 7 months and allowing this kind of international political pressure to build, Hamas is benefiting. It makes it much less likely for us to return the hostages.
I mean, some of these students are Americans, and now they hate the country, hate our country, and they hate Israel, and Jewish people. And they made it very clear, how did our young people become so radicalized so quickly?
Well, part of it is they've been indoctrinated by left-wing anti-American faculty for years. Look at what happened at Columbia. You had one of these little Gazas erected. Students were threatened, as they should have been, with discipline up to and including expulsion if they didn't obey campus rules and regulations and obey the law. And faculty members went out and literally locked arms in front of Little Gaza to try to prevent law enforcement from doing its job. It's part of the left-wing Marxist ideology that these students have marinated in for years at places like Columbia, to the point where they come not only to hate their country, but to celebrate Hamas, a foreign terrorist organization that raped women and burned children alive on October 7th. I've sometimes seen them called anti-war protesters. These are not anti-war protesters. These are pro-war protesters. They celebrate
and their faculty,
the war against the Jewish people.
The faculty is standing with them, being arrested at City College. They're leading it. We see emails. You see in Columbia too. They stood right by the encampments. And then you had these guys on a platform while the LAPD or Highway Patrol started moving forward. The faculty is proud of what they produced.
That's absolutely right. The faculty has been producing these kind of fanatics and terrorist sympathizers for years, because by definition, if America and Israel are strong and confident and prosperous, that means that our nations must be the oppressor nations, and therefore, in their kind of demented worldview, that we are morally evil. Right. When the exact opposite is true. America and Israel stand for everything that is good among nations. Yeah. That's why people are desperate to come to America. That's why nations around the world look to America for leadership. Yet, in the anti-Semitic wing, in the Marxist wing of the Democratic Party, they turn that moral position on its head.
Senator, thanks so much. Great press conference yesterday, too, with moral clarity. Too bad your leader, Chuck Schumer, doesn't have the same feeling. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Senator. And the last time President Biden made any sort of public comments about this was on April 22nd. And he said that he condemns anti-Semitism, but he also condemns what is going on the Palestinian side of things, making that moral equivalency. Mark Levin joins us now. He's the host, of course, of Life, Liberty, and Levin. Mark, this is something that you are very passionate about. What is your reaction to the scene that is unfolding before us? It doesn't even look like the United States. It looks like a third world country where we have pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas protesters clashing with police, getting arrested after this encampment was allowed to stay for several weeks now.
Unit trespassers that are now 8100 that place,
This is a fusion of the Marxists and the Islamists. They both hate America. They want to overturn America. They have voices like Bernie Sanders and Tlaib and a big chunk of the Democrat Party. One line to done a great job on the funding. I've been spending 3 months on this on my TV show, Who's Funding This? It is Soros, the Tides Foundation, a whole phalanx of front groups that they push their money through, they launder their money through. You have the Hamas funding network that George Washington University has exposed. You have Qatar that's poured almost $4 billion into our colleges and universities. You have Communist China that's poured almost $3 billion into our colleges and universities. These have become anti-American, almost Stalinist breeding ground. The professors, I've written about this. How do the professors become professors at these universities? The professors hire the professors. The administrators allow the professors. The department heads hire the professors. They hire like-minded individuals from the same Ivy League colleges. If we really want to get to the bottom of this, then we need to get to the bottom of it. The answer is, how do we construct a university system like this where people who hate our country, get tenure, are funded by us? This Students for Justice in Palestine. It was founded by a man who runs a Middle East organization on 2 college campuses. He is an Islamist. He has ties to Hamas. And as far as what can the Department of Justice do, I was Chief of Staff to an Attorney General. His name was Ed Meese. And Ed Meese also worked with Governor Ronald Reagan when they put down the riots in the 1960s. This would not be happening if Ronald Reagan were president. This would not be happening if Donald Trump. Yes, the government has a lot of power.
Unit trespassers that are now 936 North Laurel, code 234763701. Cam suicide 512.5 North Genesee, code 234799702. We'll see unit to handle both. Timed out, code 2 calls before going outside, identified.
This is the worst example of anti-Semitism in the history of the United States. In the history of the United States going on, and this this President of the United States says nothing. Let me tell you why he says nothing. Because his party's funding this. His billionaires are funding this. His groups, his organizations are behind this. These aren't Republicans. His people in Congress don't even speak up. I see one here and there. Where is Schumer? Where's Hakeem Jeffries? Nancy Pelosi's in Ireland, trashing Netanyahu, and that's the other thing. These blood libels against Israel. This constant lie using the Hamas numbers about how many Palestinian civilians are killed. It is shameless. It's propaganda.
Right.
What you're seeing on this campus, we have the anti-Israel protesters. These are anti-American protesters. If you hate America, you hate Israel. If you hate Israel, you hate America. These are shared values. Israel is surrounded by terrorists. They're surrounded by dictators, monarchs, military dictators who abuse their people. And so Israel's under attack. Anthony Blinken's in Israel trashing Israel. The International Criminal Court wants to issue arrest warrants against Bibi Netanyahu. The siege of the Hamas, siege of the terrorists, and the threats from the Democrats. Bernie Sanders, look at Bernie Sanders' background. Bernie Sanders is a Trotskyite. He's a Stalinist. He has backed every genocidal communist regime in his lifetime. He has Joe Biden's ear. He's a Bernie Sanders supporter. This is funded by certain. You want to know why Biden's not speaking out? This is parties involved in this. That's why it's all available. Christopher Wray does an interview on NBC. We don't monitor these groups. What the hell are you talking about? When I was at the Department of Justice, we did monitor these groups. Of course you monitor these groups. You have foreign money coming in. You have terrorist money coming in. You have billionaires that are funding the overthrowing of our country. Look at these people. What are they protesting? America and Jews. America and Jews. It starts with the Jews, and then it spreads. And it is spreading across these blue states, these blue cities, these blue-controlled universities and colleges. The rest of the country is looking at this, and they can't believe what they're seeing.
So, Mark, how do we stop it? How do we stop it?
What do you mean, how do we stop it? We're not magicians. We can't just wave a wand and stop it.
It took 100 years to get here. So what we have to do is hard work. I just said we have to look at how these universities are funded. We have to look at how they hire faculty, why they have tenure, why these state legislatures keep funding them, why the United States Congress keeps funding them. We have to ask why the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice is sitting on its ass, why the Civil Rights Office at the Department of Education is sitting on its ass. We have a lot to do. The government gets bigger and bigger. They have 1,000 ways to take our money. Well, it's time that the federal government and the state governments are held to account. And if there are people in office who won't do it, then we have to stop one other thing. Lawrence, I wrote a book called The Democrat Party Hates America. Oh, my God, what a title. We're the Democrats. Where's the President of the United States? We need a leader. We don't have a leader. We need a statesman. We don't have a statesman. The Prime Minister of Israel has spoken out. The President of Israel has spoken out. Donald Trump, who they want to put in prison, has spoken out. The Speaker of the House has spoken out. The only one who hasn't is Joe Biden, because he's afraid, because his party's funding it, because he's in bed with Qatar, because he's on the wrong side of history. You stop it starting in November. You stop it by having congressmen in committees and in the Senate. We're going to dig into this. We know who is behind this. We know the names of the professors. We know the funding source. People should not ask anymore, who's funding this? I've only done 3 damn shows on it. It's all available to anybody who wants to see. And quite frankly, the other problem is the American media. They spew the Hamas line. They spew the Jewish libel that's out there coming out of Blinken and this administration. We have a big problem in this country, so there's not going to be an easy answer. It's going to take time. We got to get our culture back. We need to be pro-American again. We can't keep putting on these professors with the CRT and the ESG and the DEI. These are all Marxist movements. So when I wrote about it, spoke about it in American Marxism, people say, oh, you're overstating it. No. First chapter, it's here. Second chapter, breeding mobs. Third chapter, Hate America, Inc. It's here. We know who they are. Now, what are we going to do about it? This isn't academic freedom. This isn't free speech. This is a Islamic revolution.
I mean, look at these people, too. Mark, do you have a monitor on? Do you see the people that they're arresting? These mutants with nose rings and lip rings, 5 different colors in their hair, that maybe worked out in 1973, the last time. They have just loser, dead-end idiots. And these are the people that held UCLA hostage.
People need to understand this is like the Hitler Youth. This is what they're. I don't care what they look like. I don't care who brainwashed them. In other words, they are what they are. These are violent people who are out there with swastikas, who are out there rivers of the sea, who are out there talking about the extermination of the Jews. They need to be sent back to the camp. People always look, wow, they're throwbacks, or wow, they look like such nice dudes. These poor kids, not poor kids.
No one thinks that. Everyone despises them I talk to. I mean, I know it's here's the good news, Mark. It's no longer subtle. It's no longer what's Mark Levin talking about. Nope. This is out. This is in 25 states right now. Multiple college campuses. It's from Wisconsin to California. 5 different colleges right in New York City. It even happened at the University of Southern Florida. Yep. Wherever now we can't deny it. Yeah. So everyone's going to have to force to make a decision, Mark.
You're looking at these Hitler Youth, right?
Yep.
How many black kids do you see here? Almost none.
Yeah.
How many Asian kids do you see here? Almost none. You see these white, spoiled little bastards coming from elite, mostly families. You see what appear to be Palestinians in the way that they speak, or other kinds of Arabs, the clothing that they're wearing. As I said before, this is a fusion of Marxism and Islamism. This isn't some spontaneous revolution out of the streets of America that people are put upon about the injustices. This is organized. Right. This is funded by terrorist organizations, by foreign governments, and by Democrat Party billionaires.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's why Christopher Wray is sitting on his ass and won't do anything about it, That's why, have you heard from Merrick Garland, the Attorney General of the United States?
Nope.
Not a word.
Or where's Miguel Cardona, the Secretary of Education?
We're going down. We're gonna deport these kids on student visa. Not a word.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But we are seeing these protesters, some of them getting arrested, and they're smiling as police are carting them away because they are proud to be getting arrested. Mark, thank you so much for your insight, as always. We're going to go back to William Lodge next, who is on UCLA's campus right now to give us an update. The sun is shining now. That's a new development. It's a new day as all of this unfolded overnight. It seems like police have this situation under control. William, what are you seeing?
It's Carly.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Are they coming to us?
Yeah, you're hot right now, William.
Hey, Carly, I'm so sorry. I'm talking to several people here. Let me bring you up to date on what we're seeing right now. The situation is definitely under control, but it's not over. So you see CHP behind me. And I'm going to, go ahead, Keith. So you can see the remnants of the protesters in the encampment here, the ones in the white helmets. They were given the option to leave. They wouldn't be arrested. They could go right down that corridor. Anyone you see here wants to be arrested. Obviously, they had hours to vacate this location. They were told 12 hours ago when CHP, LAPD, and the sheriff's office arrived here and said, listen, this is an unlawful assembly. It is time to disperse. And these people chose not to. We're going to spin around a little bit right now. So this is where the encampment was, right? So we're there now. We can walk through this if you will, but this is the tents, the sleeping bags, the signs, the goggles, the gas masks. You see all that stuff here. And one of the points I was going to make earlier, Carly, and you've heard me say this, is the university, while they called this unlawful 2 days ago, they continued to allow them to resupply and set down routes. And that's why they had such a difficult time, the police that is, getting through. You know, what's a piece of 4x8 plywood cost? That's 3/4 inch thick, a lot of money. And yet these were lined with that. And obviously the tents as well, but the barricades that they set up and the layering. So what police were able to do is they took away the fences, they knocked down the plywood, threw away the tents and the push-ups, if you will, and then they just literally moved methodically forward, peeling away all those barriers and then the people themselves. I don't know, I'm sure the arrests will be in the hundreds. I know there are 4 buses here by the sheriff's department to take people away who've been arrested. But right now, you've got the situation over here, and they're still arresting a few over in this little cauldron here. And they literally corralled them like sheep up against the building. They locked arms. They continued to chant, "Free, free Palestine." I think you can still hear that. And so the situation you see over in the distance, which you can't pass this push-up, is there's a standoff between, again, law enforcement and more protesters. So the same thing we saw over here about them being corralled is going to be happening over there. So this situation should be wrapped up in terms of the arrests probably in the next 2 hours or so, and then there's a cleanup. And as we've talked about before, you know, they've defaced these buildings with graffiti and spray paint. Taxpayers are going to pick up the tab, ultimately. Most of the people we saw, some of them held their face back. You know, they didn't want the cameras to see who they were. Others, at this point, didn't mind. But that's the situation it is here. The university, this established itself about 7 days ago, and it's been continuing. It's obviously taking some time to clean up.
It certainly is. Yeah, William, it's going to take a lot of time to clean up. And that's sort of where we're left this morning, where their arrests are still being taken place. It's going to take a while to clear these people out. But then there's this massive cleanup effort. And then the students who aren't at this encampment left jarred because of what just happened. I mean, what is it going to look like for the days and weeks ahead?
Well, I'll put it this way. So the library behind me is closed until Monday. Classes won't resume until Monday. The university put out a statement, which I think I read to you earlier, which basically said, you know what, you may be subject to some disciplinary action. They'll go through a rigmarole there. The faculty that was here, this wasn't all students. There were definitely activists here, definitely people here who were not students. They'll have to go through the academic committee and that kind of thing. The university continues to take kind of a very light touch as any consequences to the individuals who created this situation and who stayed here and ignored the rules not only of the university but of law enforcement as well that brought this upon themselves. Nevertheless, the university gave out a lot of mixed signals about how they were going to handle this, but unlike some other states and other universities, they wanted to respect free speech, and this is the result of that. There's going to be a lot of criticism, I'm sure, of the chancellor as well as the president of the UC system about how this was handled. Carly?
Yeah.
So William, I guess the question is, as you're on the ground right here, have you heard anything? Is there going to be some press conference from the governor to talk about how we're going to move forward? Have you heard anything from the mayor yet on what's next? I mean, we haven't heard anything.
You know, I think the governor put out a tweet or statement a day or so ago decrying the violence that occurred. You know, one thing I want to say real quickly, the catalyst, in my estimation, for a lot of what we saw tonight was that counter-protest a day or two ago. Because what that showed is there were 15 injuries or so there, some were serious. That is what caused the university to say, you know what? We got a problem there. If somebody's going to get injured, we need to do something now or it could happen again. Back to you.
Right. All right, and thanks so much.
Thank you, William, covering it for us all morning long.
Thanks, William.
All right. All right, we've been following these UCLA protests and arrests all morning long. Ainsley was with students doing the exact opposite.
She's right outside the University of Tennessee in Knoxville at the Scrambled Jakes. Ainsley, what can you tell us? What's the reaction that you're getting from folks there?
I mean, we had a restaurant full of amazing students that were there last night at the University of Tennessee, but we've been watching your coverage all morning from UCLA. Totally different story here on this campus. So we are at Scrambled Jakes, right down the street from the university, and last night all of these students were there, but there were 8,000 students in attendance for something called Unite. And Unite has been going to a lot of the Southern colleges. They've gone to 5 so far, but they're open to more. If you're interested in it, just go to their website. It's uniteusmovement.com. So what happened is the Auburn University, the assistant basketball coach's wife, started this, and so she's gone to all these different schools like FSU. You've probably seen it. So guys, tell me about last night and how different things looked last night than they are at UCLA.
You know, it's just so incredible to see all these different people, believers and non-believers, Christians just coming together and worshiping God, Jesus Christ our Savior. And it was just you could feel the Holy Spirit, and in that place it was incredible.
It was awesome. Passion was up on stage. They were the worship leaders. We had speakers last night. Tell me about the contrast, stark difference from what was happening in y'all's basketball arena compared to what's happening at UCLA.
Oh, I've got no words to explain last night. Truly outstanding. We had 120 baptisms right on our parking garage last night. It was incredible. My cousin actually flew down from Boston, got to baptize her just because she heard about this movement that was going on. It was truly special. And I had a friend say to me recently, a lot of people have this God-sized hole in their heart that they're trying to fill, and it seems like people are burning down cities in the name of justice, but they're just missing the manual, and that manual is the Bible.
That's right. That's right. Our instruction book for life. There were 8,000 people there last night, y'all. It was so much fun. What's your reaction to what you're seeing on TV and what's happening here?
Well, when you look at what's going on in the world in general, in Gaza and California, it's so much violence, so much hate, and it's from a lot of different sides, and I've got opinions on that, but this isn't really about politics or conservative versus liberal. This is about Jesus, and you know, Jesus is the answer to all, whether you're liberal or conservative, American, Israeli, Palestinian, I don't care. If you come to Jesus, that is the end-all be-all. My sister last night got baptized. I will spend eternity with her, and I'm forever grateful for that.
Donald Trump needs a vice president.
I'll put my name in the running.
How about you, ladies? What was so special about your situation last night?
Oh, I have no words. It was so incredible to just see so many people from different backgrounds and different denominations come together under the name of Jesus and just worship. I have no words.
I know. It was great. Y'all, thank you so much. It's the end of our show. Thanks for being patient. They've been here all morning, but because of the breaking news, they weren't able to be on. So God bless you all. It's an amazing message. So we want to thank Scrambled Jakes. And y'all, I'll be live in Columbia, South Carolina, Lizard's Thicket, Elmwood tomorrow morning. Come join me.
I'm so glad that we were able to end the show with those messages, Ainsley. A beautiful message of hope after all of this chaos. More coverage on Fox after this.
Thank you, guys. We'll pick it up from here, and we are waking up yet again to another day of this. Police moving in to clear out this anti-Israeli encampment, this time at UCLA in California, after protesters defied the orders to leave prior. So, good morning. It continues. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in New York City. And good morning to my partner.
Good morning. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. We've been watching this since before the sun rose, and police have ordered protesters to leave or face arrest. Then, after standing by on the periphery of the tents for hours, the protesters hunkered down, and then the police responded. They tore down barricades, pulled down boards that protesters used to build a wall around them. How that was allowed to happen, not sure. But Mil Belusian was on the scene as the pre-dawn crackdown unfolded.
Oh! You hear that flashbang?
Okay, numerous angles to cover over the next 2 hours, and there was a lot of that you just saw. Sun is rising where the action is, and William Maginess is still there live at UCLA. And let's begin a brand new hour with you now, William. Hello.
Hey, good morning, Bill. You know, this is what remains of the tent encampment. It is now entirely cleared by law enforcement. You can see the coolers, the sleeping bags, the food, the lights, the gas masks, basically you name it. There was probably, well, I was told up to 400 people inside here. It took some time. I think the police started moving in around 2 a.m. They were led by CHP. This is state property. They came in first in their riot gear and their masks and so forth and their face shields, and they had to go up against that plywood, right? And the plywood was basically nailed or screwed together, and then they had zip ties around the fences, making the entry point really difficult. The entry was made over in that corner there, and then basically about a dozen officers started going through. The protesters were locked in arms, right? And they had on their helmets, they had on their masks and so forth like that to stop the pepper spray. And so then the flashbang started, bang, 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 all night long as police continued to peel back layers. First the fence, then the plywood, then the tents, then the individuals. And only just about 10 minutes ago did they finally finish arresting. What they did is they came through here, they started taking them out one by one, putting them in their plastic cuffs, if you will, zip ties, and then they pushed, the cops literally corralled these protesters up against the wall over there where Keith is shooting right now. And again, they locked arms and they're still free Palestine, the whole bit. And the cops said to them, listen, we'll give you one last chance. You walk away down here, you don't have to be arrested, but if you're staying, you're going to be arrested. So anyone you saw got arrested wanted to be. This encampment started about a week ago. It was declared unlawful by the university 2 days ago. Police showed up last night, said this was an unlawful assembly. You have another choice to leave. What they also did, they had barricaded the doors over here of Royce Hall, which is iconic. You know, you see this in the movie and TV shows as any generic university. There's a lot of graffiti over there, spray painted on these walls. They barricaded that so the police couldn't come in that way. They also did the same over here, as you can see, over to the library, which has been closed for several days and will not open until Monday. So basically the encampment, you know, they had secured themselves here. When we arrived around 11 p.m., maybe midnight local time, there were more than 1,000, probably 1,500, maybe 2,000 students around the perimeter, right? And they were armed for bear as well. They had bats, they had poles, they had masks, and they had gas masks as well and shields. And the fear was by police that they were going to kind of move in for these alleyways and access points between the buildings. Well, police did a really good job. They went in, they moved them out, they sealed them off, and then the police moved in here to the encampment area where we are now. The university had to invite police here, and that generally happened. I mentioned it was probably the catalyst was that counter protest a few nights ago when there were like 15 injuries, and for 2 or 3 hours there was some fighting going on. University finally realized, you know what, I think someone's going to get hurt. we got a problem. That's when they called in police and said, this has to end. We'll send it back to you.
Well, you got a junkyard behind you. I mean, just look at all that stuff. Now, when we were watching police move about an hour ago, there were some aerial shots. I don't know if you were able to see it from your position. There were some aerial shots where the cops were picking up tents, and they were moving them like they were empty cardboard boxes. There was nothing inside many of them. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, but Bill, what I think, I think basically that's because the protesters had basically moved to the perimeter or to the sides. But you're right, when the cops showed up and they just started taking this plywood and throwing it away and so forth. I mean, there were people living here. There's no doubt about it. You can see that. Now, was every tent? I don't think they were occupied. You know, once the police started showing up, they were around around the perimeter, if you will. In fact, let's take a look right now across over here, Bill. So you can still see police are here, and if we can go beyond that, so this is I think the western edge of the mall, if you will, where we are, and you still have protesters out there, but they're outside the cauldron. You know, they're calling the police names and so forth and so on, and still making their demands. So, but those individuals, they're not in the encampment per se, but for all intents and purposes, it's over now. The cleanup's going to begin, and as you mentioned, Bill, it's going to take some time. Classes won't begin until Monday, but this place is a total mess.
Yeah,
and I had a question about that, because I think it's outrageous that people who are going to have to come up and clean up their mess. I'm not sure what happens to all that stuff. But who's on the hook to pay for it? Is it the taxpayers, or maybe could they add it to the student's bill and send their parents a little note along with it?
Dana, I think you know the answer to that. Yeah, taxpayers are going to pick up the tab, ultimately, one way or another. You'd like to believe that, it's coming out of the university budget, which technically you could argue that's aid that is not going to go to future students. But the point is, obviously taxpayers are going to pay for the enforcement as well as the cleanup. But what's the sad part? I got my master's in buildings and the graffiti and just the utter disrespect that they had for property that was not their own, let alone this being your university, and that's the way you want to treat it. And some of the demands that they made were so absolutely unrealistic. Right, the UC system, the entire endowment is going to divest of these companies doing business in Israel. And some of their demands saying that they weren't going to do it until the genocide ended. I'm sorry. Israel does not listen to the students inside this encampment. That's not their job. So some of that stuff is pretty crazy. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of cleanup. But the stuff that we've seen here is crazy in terms of all the stuff. And it wasn't cheap. I can tell you, a piece of plywood, 3/4 inch, 4x8, that's going to cost you over $50 at Home Depot. So the amount of money that went into this, that was behind it, that's not some, Psych 101 student who's a freshman. That's real money.
Yeah. William Longeres, thank you so much. We want to get to Jonathan Hunt. He's also monitoring the protests. What do you see from your vantage point, Jonathan?
Dana, what I see is just that extraordinary mess at the center of one of the blue ribbon universities of the UC system. It is quite extraordinary to look at it. And we've watched it and covered it live over the last couple of nights since Tuesday night, when those violent clashes took place between the pro-Palestinian protesters and the counter-pro-Israeli protesters. And it's just been desperately sad to see, and desperately sad, frankly, to watch the decision-making or lack thereof on the part of the UCLA administration, and to begin with, law enforcement agencies here in LA. UCLA finally put the call out to police after those violent clashes of Tuesday night, and then they moved on to campus yesterday. But they waited hours and hours and hours, it seemed, before they wanted to move in. We were all completely really befuddled by the delays that were going on, which just allowed those protesters to barricade themselves more strongly and more strongly, to make it more and more difficult for the law enforcement officers who eventually got in. Although I have to say, once they went in, it was a textbook operation, Dana, led by officers with the California Highway Patrol, that is state property being a UC, obviously, and they showed remarkable restraint. They used flashbangs, fired those over the heads of the protesters to disorient them, did not use any tear gas at all. They had their rifles containing rubber bullets locked and loaded and aimed, but they never, as far as we're aware, fired a single round. But they eventually moved in, just rounded up everybody in what we now see has been a very, very effective operation. So this is over, but just look at the damage. That is a blue ribbon part of the UC system, UCLA, and that is the center of it that we're looking at now. It is, I think, as many people have said, including a nearby sheriff, by the way, the sheriff of Riverside County, Chad Bianco, it has been an embarrassment for LA. It's an embarrassment for UCLA. It's an embarrassment to an extent up until this morning for law enforcement in LA as well. Now it's all over, and that's what the United States is looking at. That kind of damage to a major university. Extraordinary to me.
Ridiculous.
There is.
Jonathan Hunt, thank you.
Wow. Looking at some of the graffiti there, genocide, not war, was one. We just saw one with a hammer and sickle. There was some Spanish language, I do believe, right? Viva Palestina along the way. Senator Elizabeth Warren was on CNN about an hour ago talking about a two-state solution, talking about a peace deal now. How do you negotiate with Hamas when they're still holding hostages? It's absurd to think that you even make that jump at this moment. So overnight, reaching deep into the morning hours, about 1:30 a.m. East Coast time, and all through the night, we watched it all unfold here on the Fox News channel and with our colleagues on Fox and Friends when we watched this.
It doesn't look like the kid gloves are working with these protesters now, assaulting cops.
They did nothing to control outsiders from coming in, because we saw a lot of people inside who were not students.
This is the most violent resistance we have seen, I think, anywhere in the country so far.
Yeah, well, you know, I might be scared, you know, if I saw this coming at me.
Well, there's a lot more of that to come. Mitch Daniels joins us now. And, sir, good morning to you. Former university president at Purdue University in Indiana, former Indiana governor, and we are privileged that you chose to join us this morning. We've been very much looking forward to trying to get the perspective of university presidents. And you're perfect for the job. Can you help us understand what's happening on America's campuses now?
Well, I think we all understand what's happening, and we also have come to understand it's, in any case, a minority of students, and many of those participating aren't students at all. All that needs to be borne in mind. Now, I choose to take a half-full view, honestly, that we're seeing, in contrast to some previous episodes like this, some resoluteness on the part of people holding actually both my last two jobs, that is both universities and their surrounding public jurisdictions. You know, my view is that follow-through is everything, but some expulsions here, which have been announced in many places, would be very therapeutic, very helpful. And so I actually think we're seeing a pendulum moving in a healthy direction. You know, California is California. I don't think we should mistake what's going on there for the typical case.
Sir, I apologize for the interruption. We are balancing two significant stories. The other one's in Lower Manhattan. Here is former President Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. So as you know, late last night we got back from Michigan. We went to Wisconsin and Michigan yesterday. We had tremendous rallies, sold out rallies. They were packed, and the enthusiasm's never been better. So that was a great thing, and it was nice to be able to campaign one day without being in this ridiculous show trial, Biden trial, I call it. But it was quite a day yesterday, and many of you were there. And I appreciate your being there. I thought the coverage was very fair. The economy, people are asking me about the economy. It's doing terribly, and interest rates are obviously not going to be able to be reduced prior to the election because inflation is roaring back. Gasoline's way up, other things are way up, and it's roaring back like they are very surprised. I'm not surprised, but they're surprised. I guess they're surprised. That's what they say anyway. So that's on the economy. It looks pretty bleak for interest rates, and I don't think there's any way they can cut them because inflation's inflation, remember, is a country buster. When you have inflation, that breaks countries. I mean, literally breaks countries, and we can't take that chance. So we'll see what they do, but it was sort of announced yesterday they can't do much with the interest rates. They'll have to remain very high, and it's very unfortunate. We had low interest rates, they have high interest rates. That's very unfortunate. When you compare my economy to this economy, not even a contest. We had the greatest economy in history, and now we have sort of a lousy economy, but the problem with the economy is the inflation. And anything you made, you more than gave back. We call it a 50% tax. It's a Biden tax. It's called an inflationary tax. And it's about 50%, and that's what it is, whether you like it or not, and it's too bad. We're down at the trial now, getting ready to spend another day in the courthouse, which is bogus trial that every leading authority on law says should never have been brought, that Alvin Bragg didn't want to bring it until the election happened, and then he brought it. You just do know that this case could have been brought 8 years ago. Could have been brought 8 years ago. Instead, they wait and wait and wait. They know it's not a good case, and now it's turned out to be they've lost I mean, they have no case. They have no case. But we have a very conflicted judge, unfortunately, and so you never know. But other than that, there's no case, and it should have never been brought. But if it was going to be brought, it should have been brought 8 years ago. You know, we're talking about 2015, 2016. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And they wait till I announce, and then they start their action, and then they wait till prime time, Super Tuesday. It all started Super Tuesday, the biggest day, which we won every single thing. I mean, Super Tuesday was a big day for me, but that's when it all really came into being. And who starts a case right smack in the middle of somebody's elections? It should be illegal because it's election interference. So we're going to go in right now, and I will comment just quickly on the colleges and universities. It's a shame. I'm so proud of the New York's finest. Great people, too. I know so many of them. They're incredible. They did a job at Columbia. And likewise in Los Angeles, they did a really good job at UCLA. It was very much embedded. And just so you understand, this is the radical left. This is a movement from the left, not from the right. The right is not your problem. Despite what law enforcement likes to say, the FBI director said that he worries about the right. Now, don't worry about the right. The right's fine. Worry about the left, because this is a movement from the left. These are radical left lunatics. And they got to be stopped now, because it's going to go on, and it's going to get worse and worse. And, you know, they take over countries, okay? And we're not letting them take over the USA. We're not letting the radical left morons take over this country. You can't let that happen. And the law enforcement and the people at DOJ, instead of going after Donald Trump, they ought to look at what's happening in their own offices, because you're loaded up with radical left people that want this country to fail. And we're not going to let this country fail. Thank you very much.
What does a fair election look like to you?
Court resumes in 12 minutes, Dana. First order of business today, a judge's ruling on 4 more gag orders. So stand by for more on that.
We will do that. And we bring back Mitch Daniels, who was the president of Purdue University and also former governor of Indiana. Wanted to ask you about one of the the president was just talking about how the left is really driving this. And I guess we'll sort all of that out, too, to find out how many outside agitators and non-students are there. From a university president perspective, what should you do to either prevent non-students from coming on board or to deal with them going into next fall if this isn't resolved by then?
Well, you need to recognize that this is a common phenomenon these days, and in some cases we now know that a majority of those arrested were not students, and you need to have a very good relationship. We certainly did at Purdue University with your surrounding law enforcement. You need prosecutors who will actually act. It doesn't take too many to send the right message, Dana. You know, again, maybe I'm prone to look on the right side, but I think that this whole round of ruckuses here is potentially has a very positive clarifying effect. It's clarifying to students and their families which schools will protect their safety, which schools are serious about the academic enterprise. It's clarifying probably to Jewish Americans where the real hate and the most dangerous and virulent anti-Semitism is located in this country. And it is, I hope it's going to clarify to students, those involved and those watching, that there are consequences for violating clear rules and clear, particularly criminal laws. So follow through will be very, very important, including prosecutors in some jurisdictions who have been declining to prosecute even worse offenses. And we're going to need to see which ones do and which ones don't. But again, I think public understanding is going to be advanced a great deal, and I hope in a positive direction.
The president has been invisible. What's his strategy?
I'm going to leave that to him and others. I think it's pretty plain that they feel trapped there in a very close election and desperate to placate their extreme as candidates of both parties seem trapped into doing these days. And so I know they feel conflicted about that.
Let me say a line, if I could, from the Wall Street Journal editorial board. Quote, "His, Joe Biden's, moral equivocation on Israel has the protesters thinking they can change his policies." End quote. You think that's what's going on?
I suppose until it's made very plain that policy is not going to change, they'll continue to harbor that hope. They have leverage once again because of the obvious closeness of this election and the apparent propensity to defect among his what he thought was his base on the left. He's been forced to lean that direction in many issues over the last few years, and I'm sure that's what's going on now.
Can I ask you what you think about the decision at Columbia in particular to go fully remote for classes until the end of the year, and also for USC, for example, just canceling graduation? Wasn't there a better way to protect Jewish students, get them to class? And if I was a parent and paying that kind of tuition, I'd be furious.
Rightly so. And no, I think the right answer was to act more decisively, more promptly, and again, a few object lessons, a few prompt expulsions, a few prompt prosecutions, or at least filing of charges where something worse than breaking a campus rule was involved would have been very instructive and possibly deterrent. But no, I mean, these schools need to take a very clear stand on behalf of the vast majority of students, even in the most flagrant cases you're showing, who are there for serious purposes and whose lives and study and growth in life, it's unconscionable to allow those to be disrupted by a handful, particularly when half that handful comes from elsewhere with a very different agenda than the university has.
Let me just try and get to one more question here, and it really goes back over the past 4 years, sir, knowing that you have so much experience with colleges and universities and education in America. It really seemed like during COVID that the lid was blown off what's happening inside the classrooms all over the country, high schools, colleges, etc. And yesterday we had the mayor of New York City come out and talk about outside agitators, and I think that is an element to this, and I think you have rightly pointed that out. But as we consider that also, are we giving the students who are possibly following some of their instruction a pass?
Too many have. I think that COVID is an excellent example. It also was what I would call a clarifying moment for a lot of people who saw the moral vacuity of the lack of responsibility on the people who were supposed to be the grown-ups in this situation. No, you know, I once had a conversation, listened to some students who, back in the previous post the 2020 disruptions, they brought up something they said was a non-negotiable demand. I said, well, you see, we do have some common ground. There are not going to be any negotiations. And it's one thing to listen, another to negotiate. And I think it was a big mistake for those schools that chose that path. Laying down very clear rules and then enforcing them fairly but promptly is, I think, the best in fairness to the majority that we just discussed. It's the best way to minimize the chance of recurrence.
I have just one last question. What do you think about calls for somebody like the president of Colombia to resign her position?
I don't know enough to say definitively. You know, in many cases, the presidents involved here, you could say, helped create the situation that gave rise to the problem. She just got there. And I don't know enough about the background to say that she should be held responsible for events that erupted very shortly after her arrival. The Board of Trustees there clearly has a responsibility, and I think perhaps maybe the first calls for reform or even resignation maybe should be directed at them.
Governor, thank you.
Yes.
Great to have you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Mitch Daniels from Indiana, thank you. So where to next, America? Which campus next? Which town next? We'll wait to get that answer. And as Donald Trump goes back into court, we will be back in session there in Lower Manhattan in about 5 minutes from now. We are back in the meantime right after this.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete, balanced